So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the session 3, Small Modular Reactors and Nonproliferation and Other Policy Implications. This is the last day of the international conference titled Promoting Nuclear Nonproliferation. Since COVID-19, we didn't have this kind of offline workshop, offline conference, and it's very unique to have this own offline combined conference. I really want to say thank you to Professor Wansung Lim to host this kind of invaluable conference. Now, shall we start our session? So, I'd like to introduce keynote speaker, Professor Granger Morgan. Dr. Granger Morgan is the Hammersharlock University Professor of Engineering at Carnegie Mellon University, where he holds appointments in 3 academic units: the Department of Engineering and Public Policy, the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and the John Heinz III College. His research addresses problems in science, technology, and public policy with a particular focus on energy environmental systems, climate change, and risk analysis. At Carnegie Mellon, he is PI of the National Science Foundation Center for Climate and Energy Decision Making. He also co-directs the CMU Electricity Industry Center. I have a more long list of his career, but I will stop here, and he will give us a speech on the non-proliferation improvements and challenges presented by SMRs. Professor Morgan is now online. Professor Morgan, please start your session.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
And are you seeing my slides?
Yep.
Good. So yesterday we talked in this conference at length about proliferation on the Korean Peninsula. Today we're going to move more internationally, and I'm going to talk a bit about non-proliferation issues associated with small modular reactors and with microreactors. I'm joined by 2 co-authors, Ahmed Abdullah, who for many years has been affiliated with Carnegie Mellon, but has just taken up a new position in mechanical and aerospace engineering at Carleton College, and Jessica Lovering, who for many years was running the energy program at the Breakthrough Institute and is close to completing her PhD in the Department of Engineering and Public Policy with Ahmed and me. Now, if I can figure out how to make this thing advance its slides. So today we're going to talk about several different things. Incidentally, there is a list of papers at the back of this talk, and I have shared the slides with the organizers, so anybody who would like access to some of the papers, they're all listed there, and if you have any difficulty reaching them, let us know and we can get you copies. So the first thing to do is just give you a quick update on the state of small modular reactors and microreactors. This is a paper that Ahmed did a few years ago, in which he did an expert elicitation with a number of leading reactor designers. The figure down here at the bottom is shows costs, overnight costs. This first panel is for large reactors, 1,000 megawatts. And you can see that there was disagreement among the experts by almost a factor of 2 of even what a new 1,000 megawatt reactor was going to cost. This is for a 45 megawatt small modular reactor, and with the exception of a few outliers, you can see that the cost that these experts are predicting is a bit above the average cost that experts were saying would apply for large 1,000 megawatt plants. The first U.S. installation of a small modular reactor built by the company NuScale is slated to be at the Idaho National Labs. It's supported by a power purchase agreement with the Department of Energy, and actually a group of us did an assessment of how it might contribute to the resilience at the lab, although the power supply for the lab is really quite resilient already. Part of Jessica Lovering's thesis is on microreactors. These are much smaller, something like 1.5 megawatts, and they are already in regulatory review. And after the talk, if there are questions about microreactors, Jessica would be happy to answer them. She's looking, for example, at applications in remote situations like Arctic villages, and it looks like the economics are probably more attractive than burning very large amounts of diesel oil. There's also, of course, a lot of global interest in civilian nuclear power, and here's a list of a few things. You probably know a lot more about the situation in Korea than we, but our understanding is that that Korea is building 4 1,400 megawatt LWRs in the UAE, and as a matter of fact, I'll show you a picture in a minute. The UK is scoping out more large builds. Russia is building light water reactors in several countries. Korea, Russia, China, Argentina, and the US are developing small modular reactors with the hope of joining an export market. And over 60 companies in North America are working on a variety of advanced nuclear technologies, and a number of them are in talks with regulators. Here's a slide showing where some of the emerging nuclear states are likely to be, and we'll talk more about that. And a minute ago, I mentioned the reactors just getting started up at the UAE. The UAE made an enormous investment in infrastructure and personnel and so on, and this is a topic that we'll come back to in a minute, because it is a critical prerequisite to successfully having one's own nuclear systems. Now, the level of readiness of different countries to adopt civilian nuclear power is quite uneven. And so as part of a PhD thesis that he did with Ahmed and me, Michael Ford, who is now the strategy development director at Argonne National Labs, did, as part of his thesis, a look at the readiness of different countries around the world to actually adopt reactors. He got indicator data for 175 countries drawn from places like the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the World Governance Indicators, which measure things like corruption. And then he applied something called data envelopment analysis to assess the potential global market for small modular reactors. This is fairly elaborate stuff, and I'm not going to go through it all, but here are the examples of the metrics that he generated for, how big's the grid? I mean, is the grid in the country big enough to actually accept power from a reactor? What are the environmental situations? What's the economics? Institutions are particularly important in terms is there an effective government? What's the level of corruption and things like that? And then finally, the potential for perhaps using floating SMRs. And we'll talk in a few minutes about floating small modular reactors as one strategy for dealing with making reactors proliferation proof. So the kinds of analyses that Mike runs produce results that look like this. In this particular instance, he built as many small modular reactors as his assessment suggested each market could absorb. Now, the US and China are not going to build hundreds or thousands of small modular reactors. They're going to build big ones if they build any. The key point here is to look over here on the right. This is the capacity that he sees for states that are already not nuclear. This is, again, a map of where he's building SMRs everywhere to fill up capacity, but this is what's left over if you only build SMRs in countries that can absorb them and aren't already nuclear. And he's getting something of the order of 170 countries. So the market size is, to say the least, modest. The problem, of course, is that if I build a small modular reactor somewhere, then I got to worry about potential proliferation risks. If I open it up in the field, I could have materials diversion. And so in that context, I want to talk about two different elements of minimizing the proliferation risk associated with the widespread adoption of SMRs around the world. The first one I've already mentioned, the notion that you could float them. And the second one is a workshop that we organized and ran in Switzerland, and I'll tell you about that in a few moments. So here's a paper that described, this was another part of Mike Ford's PhD thesis. It's an analysis that Mike did with Ahmed and me on evaluating the cost, safety, and proliferation risks of small floating reactors. The basic idea is to build and fuel the SMR and on a barge in a secure location. And then you tow the barge to the location offshore where the power is needed. You anchor that barge offshore in water that's deep enough to avoid things like tsunami and earthquake risks. And then when the SMR needs to be refueled, you tow it back to the secure location. You bring another one out first and you substitute it in. And then you tow the first one back and you do the refueling in a secure location. So you never open the reactor or handle fuel in the location where the reactor is actually to be used. So our basic design is shown above. These are simple diagrams that, and once the barge gets to location, it's ballasted and dropped down. The reactor is actually below the water line. And then, of course, power goes to shore by cable. It's somewhat more different and perhaps a little simpler than the current Russian and Chinese floating designs. The Russian design in the lower left is actually now, I believe, about to be, or maybe has already been deployed in the Arctic. This barge, it's not self-propelled, it's a barge, but this barge has two reactors of the sort that have been used for years as propulsion for the Russian icebreakers. And on the right and the lower side is a Chinese design also of floating SMRs. Now, we built a probabilistic cost model for these four floating reactors in a system called Analytica. This is a system that makes it very easy to do stochastic simulation in which all important coefficients can be treated as uncertain, can be treated as uncertain, and in terms of probability distributions, and then it does a simulation, and out the back of the thing comes an estimate of things like cost. I'm not going to, you can't read these slides, but if you download the paper, you can look at the various quantities that were assumed in building this model. These are cumulative distribution functions. This is probability running from 0 to 1 and overnight construction cost. And there are two sets of curves. The upper curves are for a barge that's built to high quality commercial commercial shipbuilding standards. And the range basically goes from what it costs to build them in Korean yards, where Korea, of course, has some of the lowest cost high quality shipbuilding in the world, and up to US costs, which are pretty high. So you see that if you build this thing with commercial shipbuilding specifications, the floating reactor has a overnight cost that's lower than that of a land-based reactor, and this is the difference. You can see there's an 80% probability it's going to be cheaper. On the other hand, if you believe that the barge has to be built to US mil specs, then the situation becomes quite different, and the floating reactor is, and the land reactor is always, the cost of the land reactor is always stochastically dominant over the floating reactor. And, you know, it may be possible that the actual design would be something in between. We've done important analysis to figure out what most matters, and as you can see here, it's hull issues, the sort of thing I was just talking about. We looked at accident risks in a couple of different ways. The first was how long, I mean, first of all, the exclusion zone around a floating reactor will obviously be significantly smaller, and you would need to have various security arrangements about it. All of that's discussed in the paper, but I won't go through it. And so while the SMR on land, of course, needs to have a much larger exclusion zone and expose significant numbers of people, if you anchor this at an appropriate location offshore, the number of people exposed could be more modest. This plot, however, is for radionuclide release to marine environments, and it turns out that most of the decay within a year or two is down below thresholds. This is, again, the implications for the exclusion zone, and you can see the cost is essentially much smaller for the floating than the land-based thing, essentially 90% likely that the floating reactor does better. And we've again done an importance analysis where population density on land is obviously one of the most important variables. Now, I said that after this and the various other things that Ahmed and I worked on, we ran a workshop on proliferation risks and small modular reactors. We did this jointly with a group in Switzerland called the International Risk Governance Council, which is a nonprofit organization that has done a great deal of work on risk assessment, risk management, and with the Paul Scher Institute, which is the Swiss Federal Nuclear Lab, and this is a picture here of the Paul Scher Institute. We attracted to this workshop reactor designers from all over the world, including from Korea, several from China and France and elsewhere. And we spent a couple of days working through the issues of proliferation risks associated with SMRs. This was the first of a couple of workshops we've run where we used workbooks, detailed workbooks where after a presentation, then individual participants in the meeting filled in the workbook to give their own views. And I'll tell you more about that when I describe a second workshop that Jessica and we ran near the end of the talk. I'm not going to go through the details of this paper. You can find all of the conclusions by downloading it. But it led to a couple of other papers that we've looked at the use of small modular reactors across the developing world. On the left is an IRGC report that Ahmed wrote after the workshop, and on the right is a paper that the two of us wrote on a variety of issues related to nuclear power for the developing world, most of which involve the relatively limited, the significant difficulties associated with regulatory regimes in countries that have not developed a great deal of supporting infrastructure. So let me give you some bottom lines now on this work before we go on to talk about some other things. Safely operating a small modular reactor requires a very considerable investment in domestic knowledge and infrastructure and robust institutions. While the risks of proliferation associated with small modular reactors are probably fairly modest, any time that such a reactor is opened up and refueled in a sovereign territory of a non-nuclear state, there's always at least a small risk of material diversion that could contribute to proliferation. So one strategy that we've explored quite a bit is what we call a build, own, operate, remove, or build, own, operate, return model. The notion being, well, it's the notion that I described for the floating reactor. You never open the reactor up in the host area. You take it out, you run it, you bring it back. We went into the workshop in Switzerland thinking that maybe that same sort of model could be applied to small modular reactors based on land. And as I said, that workshop consisted mainly of reactor designers drawn from all around the world, and they quickly disabused us of this idea. They basically said, there's no way that you are going to safely pick up a small modular reactor that's full of spent fuel and move it back to some other location if it's land-based. And so that's what led us to explore the use of offshore floating reactors that are built and refueled in secure locations. Now, of course, an issue that's likely to concern any host country is being sure that if you become fairly dependent on these offshore reactors, that whoever is supplying them will continue to provide them. And so that's one reason, of course, that a country might want the small modular reactors built on physically on their land, on their sovereign state. The other reason, of course, is that many countries probably view this in terms of prestige and in terms of building up domestic expertise in nuclear matters. So now I want to talk a bit about the demise of U.S. civilian nuclear power and what implications, and its implications for materials control and non-proliferation. So today, the U.S. civilian nuclear enterprise is essentially dead in the water. That is, we're not going to have any advanced reactors available at commercial scale for at least several decades. The two papers on the left are papers that Mike and Ahmed and others did that document that case, namely the Department of Energy Office of Nuclear, until quite recently. The Office of Nuclear in the Department of Energy has had sort of a rebirth, a rejuvenation recently. But up until quite recently, and even to some degree today, a lot of the resources were not very well allocated. They were spread widely, and there were no advanced designs that were anywhere close to being commercially viable. And so on the basis of the work that's described in those two papers, which, as I say, are referenced at the end of the talk and you can download, four of us wrote the paper here on the right, which we published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, that basically says the U.S. is not, that nuclear power in the U.S. will keep the existing fleet alive as long as we can. Historically, nuclear power in the U.S. has provided about 20% of our electricity. We'll keep as much of that fleet alive for as long as we can, but it is most unlikely that new nuclear power is going to contribute significantly to decarbonizing the U.S. energy system on the timescale of the next 30 years or so. And we make that claim for the following reasons. First of all, we've had enormous cost overruns for recent construction of large nuclear plants. We've actually had a couple recently canceled. We do have two more that are in final stages, but nobody looks to be about to start a new one. So we're not going to build any more 1,000-megawatt plants. I told you before that we basically have no advanced reactor designs anywhere close to being commercially available. And that basically just leaves small modular reactors. Now, it is quite possible that small modular reactors could become viable in the market, or could be available in the market on the time scale of some years. And the micro reactors that Jessica's been working on perhaps even sooner. But we have tried to figure out how could you build a large enough commercial market domestically in the U.S. as opposed to export to make that a viable undertaking. So here's one piece of work we undertook. Ahmed did some other work on using them for heat, for processed chemicals. But this is a paper in which another doctoral student, Mike Rash, and I looked at the following scenario. Suppose I build a small modular reactor and I pair it with a wind farm. And when the wind is blowing, the small modular reactor is used to desalinate water. Because you can store water, it's hard to store large amounts of electricity. And then when the wind stops blowing, the SMR stops desalinating and it switches over to supply electricity to the grid. Now, we got involved in doing this because there'd been a lot of talk in North America about something called the energy-water nexus. That is, the possibility that we were going to have water problems, particularly because of the need for water and energy for cooling systems, but more generally. It turns out that small modular reactors can't compete with natural gas so to make it a fair comparison, we added carbon capture and sequestration. Now, of course, that doesn't completely eliminate carbon emissions, but if you scrub the exhaust of the natural gas plant, you can substantially reduce the amount of carbon dioxide released. And so in this upper plot, these again are cumulative distributions, and this is the levelized cost of electricity. And you can, the blue is the small modular reactor. The red curves are the CCS plant with carbon capture. And this is parametric in natural gas prices. Now, so we're down in here at the moment, but you can see that you have to get natural gas prices up to something like $12 a million cubic feet before the small modular reactor begins to look like it might compete with the natural gas. At these lower gas prices, it's clear that, I don't know what happened to my pointer. It's clear that these are stochastically dominant over the small modular reactor. And of course, building a small modular reactor entails much more financial and regulatory risk than building a natural gas plant with carbon capture. This looks at the same sort of thing, but with different carbon prices. If you don't price carbon, if you price it at $25, $100, $200 a ton. Now, the plant is scrubbing, but there's a little bit of carbon dioxide coming out anyway because the amine scrubbers on the gas plants aren't completely efficient. And you've got to get prices for carbon up to something like a couple $100 a ton before it looks like the technology, before the small modular reactor begins to look economically competitive with the carbon capture plant on CCS. The other thing we did was look at water availability. And so the purple curve on the left is the distribution of what people paid for water transactions in California. It turns out that, you know, on a couple of occasions when we've had drought, farmers discovered they could make a lot more money selling the water for which they had rights to cities than they could growing crops. And you can see there is a dramatic difference between that and these desalinization methods where these are costs for the various desal plants. So the other thing we concluded in coming away from this is that with the exception of a few small niche markets, at least in North America, the need for using a plant like this to desalinate water is pretty modest. Now that's not true, of course, in some parts of the world. In parts of the Middle East, for example, using nuclear to desalinate and then being able to export one's oil as a supply of export income may make a much maybe a much different picture, but at least in North America, we can't make the case that there really is a large market. So to recap, we've argued that the U.S. is not going to have a new nuclear wedge, by which I mean a significant contribution to decarbonizing the electricity system, because we can't afford to build 1,000-megawatt plants anymore. We don't have any advanced reactors anywhere close to being commercially viable. And at least in the various efforts we've made, except in niche markets, we cannot figure out how to make SMRs competitive with some of the obvious alternatives. So the final chunk that I want to talk about at somewhat greater length is a question we asked ourselves. For decades, the U.S. has played a leading role in developing and promoting strong international standards for the control of nuclear materials and support for counterproliferation. And we asked ourselves, will the demise of the U.S. nuclear civilian enterprise lead to a diminution of U.S. international influence? And to just point out the history here, this is a plot that Jessica has put together. The blue is U.S. exports, and you can see back in the 70s and 80s, there were a lot of U.S. exports. There were also a number of Korean or Russian ones, and then more recently, the U.S. has basically dropped out of the picture. And I mean, if we looked at another plot out here, the U.S. is out of the game, and so that's what I mean when I say the demise of the U.S. Environment. And so here's a paper that Jessica wrote with Ahmed and me on a study of expert assessment of strategies to enhance global nuclear security. Let me explain what we did in this case. This is part of Jessica's PhD thesis. The other part, as I mentioned before, is looking at niche markets for microreactors, things like Arctic villages. So we performed extensive literature reviews, and we then bundled up a lot of that work in reading books for participants in a workshop. We prepared extensive background readings and detailed workbooks for running a hands-on workshop, and I'll show you in a minute what I mean by a workbook. Then we convened a group of leading US nuclear technology and international security experts, just over 20. And again, I'll show you a picture and describe the sorts of people who participated. We ran a 2-day participatory workshop, and prior to that, we had developed a number of candidate strategies that might be used to enhance US standing with respect to proliferation control in international regimes. And then we analyzed the results and published this paper. After the workshop, incidentally, during the course of the workshop, the participants developed a couple of other scenarios. So after the workshop, they used the same strategies to assess those, and we'll show you results for all of them in a moment. So here's the agenda for the first day. We had a series of talks to motivate the workshop, to summarize the current state of the US nuclear enterprise, to talk about the current state of civilian nuclear enterprise elsewhere in the world, and to talk about international nuclear control regimes. And then we had introduced this workbook. This was about a 70-page workbook, and it went through and laid out, for example, a set of, which I'll show you, of different alternative possible scenarios or strategies that might be adopted to reduce or to enhance US influence in counterproliferation. And then people were asked, and so we would introduce each one, talk about it at some length, and then participants would go through their workbook. And for example, in this one page I've shown that if you did this, if you adopted strategy 1, then it would result in a continued decline, in no change, or an increase in US influence, and people allocated 100 points across the 3. And we did this 5 years out and 15 years out. So here's an example of what the workshop looked like. I won't tick off all the people who were in the room. If you download the paper and then get the supplemental information, you can get the full list. But for example, we had at that time a woman who was formerly with Westinghouse and then Idaho National Lab. She's actually now currently the Assistant Secretary of the Office of Nuclear at the Department of Energy. We had a former chair of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We had the former Chief Technology Officer for Westinghouse. We had the former US Ambassador to the IAEA. We had the former National Security Director for the President's Science Advisory Council. We didn't have any active government people because we wanted everybody free to speak their mind, but it was a very good group. And as I said, about just over 10 national security experts and just over 10 nuclear experts. Here are the 6 scenarios or strategies that we started out with. The first was to modernize the US export control system. Now, anybody who has dealt with US nuclear matters knows that export control from the US can be a real pain in the neck. And so our thought was that maybe if you modernized and reformed that system, that could facilitate more interaction and enhance US capability. The next one we called a NASA model. Now, NASA is the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and historically, NASA built all its own stuff. But as you know, if you've been following the news, we recently had a space launch with a launch vehicle that was all built commercially, and the notion here was that maybe you could do the same thing in the nuclear space, make the DOE national labs private into sort of the test facilities, but let the private sector develop the reactors. A third one that's been widely talked about for years is internationalizing the fuel cycle. We proposed a international technology, an NGO that would do assistance in technology development, various forms of export exchanges, and jacking up or revisiting, making more serious U.S. diplomatic activities. This is a very brief summary, but in the workbook there were a couple of pages that described each of these at great length. And then after introducing each one, we talked about them at some length. We made revisions or specified things that needed to be understood, and then moved on to actually getting the participants to evaluate stuff. It turns out that most of our participants, our participants didn't agree on whether or not there has already been a decline in U.S. Influence, but there was pretty wide agreement that if things continue as they are at this stage, there will sooner or later be a decline. You can find all of these in the paper if you download it. Then we asked, by allocating those 100 points that I talked about, how well would each one of these things work? And you can see that most of them, the red is the, it would further contribute to the decline. And you can see in most cases, people didn't allocate many chips to saying that if you did this, it would decline. And there was no obvious standout in terms of contributing. Diplomacy clearly does pretty well. But then we asked, how feasible is each one? And of course, it depends on how far in the future. So the orange is 5 years and the blue is 15 years. And you can see that people thought that some of these are fairly feasible, but that others, like internationalizing the fuel cycle or developing this NGO development center, probably weren't terribly feasible, even on a 15-year timescale. Now, during the workshop, participants, we argued about a whole variety of other things that might be done. Participants settled on 4 other strategies: a nonprofit NGO consulting firm to aid and advise newcomer countries embarking on their first commercial nuclear power projects, some real progress on the part of the U.S. and others in nuclear disarmament, actually developing a serious U.S. domestic solution for nuclear waste. And then for this audience, perhaps most interesting, this group suggested that a U.S.-South Korean construction consortium might be interesting. This workshop had only U.S. participants, and Ahmed and I have tried repeatedly to secure resources from U.S. private foundations to do a similar sort of thing with a more international participant set, and we've not been able to get any foundations interested in supporting that. So after the workshop, participants assessed these in the same way as they'd been assessed for the first 6 strategies, and here again are the results. There seemed to be quite a bit of support that a U.S.-Korean consortium might be pretty effective, and the others have come in at slightly lower levels. And then here's a final sort by efficacy and efficiency, or by efficiency and feasibility. And you can see that some of them up here in the upper right corner are viewed as both feasible and probably also likely to increase U.S. influence. This one is for 15 years. There's a similar plot in the paper for 5 years. So to conclude from this workshop, participants broadly agreed that in the past, the strength of the U.S. commercial nuclear industry played a significant role in facilitating U.S. leadership in international control regimes. They believed that with diminished presence in civilian nuclear power, the U.S. influence with respect to these regimes is likely to decline particularly for the next generation of nuclear technology, but they didn't agree on whether it had already declined. The two strategies that emerged as above the median for feasibility and efficacy over the next 15 years was this consortium and also progress to address the problem of US domestic waste, and progress on nuclear disarmament. Adoption of a NASA model and several others were assessed to be highly effective, but also unlikely to be implemented. The efficacy of the two diplomatic strategies were deemed below average, but their feasibility fell well above the median. And the lowest ranked strategies in terms of efficacy were developing a US-based private nonprofit consulting organization and also to revise the export control system. We were a little surprised by that. We thought that these participants would think that revising export control would really help. They didn't seem to think so. So I just have a couple of final words here before we quit. On a cost per megawatt basis, it appears that the cost of nuclear power, including power from small modular reactors and microreactors, will continue to be more expensive than other low or zero carbon emission technologies. However, the total capital outlay for these smaller reactors is so much smaller than that for traditional large reactors that they'll likely be affordable for a variety of applications. That is, it will not be what you might call a bet the company proposition. And the sort of applications may be things like remote locations, desalination in some places, like perhaps the Middle East, and perhaps also for some direct air capture if and when the world gets to the point that they feel they need to scrub CO2 directly out of the atmosphere. As more countries, especially developing countries, become interested in acquiring nuclear power, the challenges of developing supporting infrastructure will be large. A build, own, operate, remove strategy, especially one based on floating reactors, deserves serious consideration and may also be the best way to minimize the risk of proliferation in non-nuclear states. And the US and other nations concerned with limiting proliferation need to provide more active leadership as some exporting states like China and Russia undertake active programs to export their technologies. So here are the papers I cited. They're all available through your library probably, and if there's one or two that you really want to see and you can't download it, let us know. This work was supported by a variety of folks, including the MacArthur Foundation, a big NSF center, our campus-wide energy institute. And with that, I will say thank you and look forward to questions. And let's see if I stop sharing.
Okay, thank you, Professor Morgan. So this is the online and at the same time offline workshop. So we will take questions just from here and also from online. So if you have any questions. Before then, I would like to appreciate to Professor Morgan to share your variety of views about these SMRs, not only non-proliferation, but elements which will affect the non-proliferation. There are so many different aspects. I realized that today. Thank you. Before we move to the another questions, I have a very short question. So, when you mentioned about this floating reactors, it will move from here to another nations. But that will make many different problems because nuclear materials will be here, and they will accept IAEA safeguards for non-proliferation here in this country, but it will go from here to another country. Then it will cause some maritime transportation of this nuclear material and at the same time, nuclear reactors. Did you think about this one?
Yeah, well, Ahmed may want to talk a little about that, but of course we run naval ships all over the world at the moment with reactors on board. Mm-hmm. And as I said, both Russia and China are actually building systems of this sort. You're right, there are regulatory and other issues that would have to be addressed. We didn't see anything that suggested that they were not solved, that those problems couldn't be solved, but Ahmed, do you want to add anything?
Yes, I'll assume you can hear me, but yes. You're absolutely right that this would require a new arrangement whereby there's an agreement. the only way to have this work is to have several large nations agree to set up several centrally supervised fuel handling facilities. And that's one thing we considered, but could not quantitatively assess, of course.
And some of those same sort of regulatory issues get discussed in that paper that I wrote, that Issues in Science and Technology, that I showed you a picture of. Any other questions? Actually, Jessica, would you say a word or two about the work you're doing at the moment on exploring potential applications for microreactors?
Yeah, so it was really motivated by the first microreactors submitting their license application. So we might have the first kind of demonstration breaking ground in just the next few years. But the idea is that they will likely be much more expensive than grid electricity, so they don't really make sense to put on the grid in any capacity, but they might be cost competitive with certain off-grid applications where they pay a lot more for electricity. So what I'm modeling in the current work is microgrids with different mixes of fuel sources. So diesel, which is what most of these microgrids run now, but also microreactors, and then combinations of diesel, microreactors, renewables, and also battery storage and other kinds of potential storage. And it looks like even with the high cost of the kind of first of a kind microreactors, they could be cost competitive with diesel for communities that have kind of large consumption.
This because getting diesel to remote Arctic communities is extraordinarily expensive.
Yeah, so it depends on the diesel price, but for diesel prices that really remote communities are paying in places that need a lot of electricity because they're in colder climates, it could be cost competitive. And some of the other applications that we looked at, I'm just getting data for some off-grid mining sites where, again, they import a lot of fuel and they need to be, for their industry to profit, they need to be generating electricity and heat when they need it. I'm also looking at large hospitals. Those are on the grid, so I'm looking at maybe pricing in some reliability pricing to see if how much you need to make it cost competitive with grid electricity.
We have other questions.
Before moving forward, there's some confusion. So we do not accept questions from online, but maybe we have something. Okay, we have 4 questions, but yeah, so maybe they will read it.
The first question is, slide 25, cost of floating reactor was lower. I assume that cost includes the cost of the second reactor that is necessary for refueling. I think it's not question, just comment. And another question is, Ishan from USA. He said, do you see a future for nuclear? Do you see a future for nuclear renewable hybrid energy systems, like the SMR wind power system mentioned earlier, as a tool for reducing carbon emissions in less developed countries outside of US? And second question is, do you see the possibility for developing countries with no nuclear power to own a SMR or a hybrid system? Is there anything that the countries will need to consider before deciding on a SMR? Yes, these 2 questions.
Okay. So, Ahmed, you want to take a couple of those and then I'll fill in?
Yeah, I'd be happy to take the question of whether nuclear renewable hybrids or nuclear hybrids in general are acceptable. This has been suggested many, many times. It has a long history. And there are foundational papers exploring it, and also commercial enterprises like the Midland Hydrogen Power Plant in Michigan that try to do this. All studies suggest that it is very difficult, if not impossible, for commercial markets to value the production of the associated resource, whether it's desalinated water, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's electrocatalytically reduced carbon dioxide. It is incredibly difficult, but if nuclear is to have a chance, then it better find a way to make it work.
Yeah, and the problem generally is that the cost structure for nuclear still is just so much higher than alternatives. I mean, today in the US, and I presume in Korea as well, commercial scale wind and solar, though intermittent, is significantly cheaper than fossil-based nuclear or fossil-based electricity, and that presents a big challenge. Now, you were asking also about a developing country choosing to build an SMR. And of course, the cost argument that I just made and the arguments that Ahmed and I just went through with you are a big issue. But countries get into nuclear power for other reasons as well, for reasons of prestige. And some of the exporting states, China and Russia, for example, may be prepared to provide really good deals in order to get a toe in the door for developing connections with these countries. But on simple cost terms, if a country wants to build zero or low carbon electricity, we have great difficulty seeing how nuclear becomes a competitive player. Mind you, we're not arguing that we think nuclear is a bad idea. It's just that we can't make the numbers work. Ahmed, you want to add?
I'd add one comment about developing nations pursuing nuclear. I would say that also the fact that nuclear attracts so much international consternation is also why some countries avoid it. So really the question is carbon. It depends on how serious we are about decarbonization. And even if you accept that we are very serious about decarbonization, developing nations have very good alternatives.
Yeah.
So it's hard to make the numbers work.
Anything else, folks?
Okay.
Otherwise, maybe we take our break 7 minutes early.
Oh, in fact, we have one more question, so please.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Professor, for your speech. And I'm Changwon Park. I'm studying international area studies at Seoul National University, South Korea. And I have a question regarding the South Korean pursuit of nuclear phase-out policy. So currently, as we all know, South Korea started pursuing nuclear phase policy, and at the same time, I mean, at least the nuclear industry in South Korea wants to export its nuclear technology and SMR models. So, and I think it's quite irony that a country pursuing nuclear phasing out, but wanted to be an exporter. So, what do you think of this? Thank you.
Well, I certainly agree that it is an unusual state of affairs. Jessica, maybe you want to elaborate a little bit. I mean, obviously, Korea has developed an enormous amount of infrastructure and has technology. And a lot of people around the world want nuclear technology. And so it's an attractive export market. I can't comment on what the domestic, I mean, you folks know a whole lot more than I about the domestic situation vis-a-vis views of nuclear power. But Jessica, do you have any thoughts or things you want to add on this topic? Maybe we've lost her.
If we do not have any more questions, then we will just give him a big applause. Thank you for your presentation and question and answers. Thank you, Professor Morgan. We will stop here.
Very well. And remind me when you resume.
In 10 minutes? In 10 minutes, we will have a 10-minute break, and after that, we will start again. So in
Okay.
11.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we will have a 10-minute break.
한국판 유지론 선도국가로 도약하는 대한민국 대전환 선언입니다. 추격형 경제에서 선도형 경제로, 탄소 의존 경제에서 저탄소 경제로,
월성 원자력 발전소에 있는 맥스터, 즉 사용 후 해결료 임시 저장 시설 증설에 찬성한다는 주민 의견 조사 결과가 나왔습니다.
주민 의견 수렴 결과 발표를 앞둔 경주 강포읍 복지회관. 입구부터 주민과 경찰이 뒤엉켰습니다.
Hello, I'm Leah.
I'm Sania.
I'm Sangbin.
And we're going to present on our research on how to improve public acceptance of nuclear power in South Korea. So currently, Korea depends on nuclear as for energy security and as a clean source of energy. However, due to scandals over the past decade, as well as the Fukushima disaster, public trust has been ruined. So our goal is to recommend policy solutions to KEPCO and the Korean government to improve public acceptance. So I hope you watch our research.
Wow, 28 seconds.
Oh, so good.
Good job.
Hello everyone, my name is Brian Nyawinda. I work for Kenya Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, and currently I'm a student at Seoul National University, and our group consists of Phil and Zoe. We're going to present on the prospect of Kenyans introducing their first nuclear power program. And according to the East Coast Power Development Plan of 2019-2039, Kenya's annual forecasted electricity demand and peak load are expected to grow throughout the planning period. And for Kenya to satisfy demand, they need a safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable source of power, which nuclear is one of the sources they're considering. And also doing a case study of the nuclear exporter countries and their capacity in supplying Kenya with a nuclear reactor.
Hi, our team is and has complicated love.
I'm Jongwon Park from South Korea. I'm majoring in International Area Studies.
My name is Aryan Agrawal. I'm majoring in Economic Policy from Sion School.
I'm Stacey Achoki from Kenya, studying nuclear and radiation safety at KAIST.
Our research topic is nuclear aspiring country, and our question is, what are the policy implications of Saudi Arabia's nuclear power plant? If you want to know more, go on the link below and see our 5-minute video.
Han Chang. I'm a research fellow in NEREC this year. This is 30 seconds promotion video of my research. The title is The Implication of Disarmament Through Recognition as a De facto Nuclear Weapon States for Nuclear Non-Proliferation. If you are interested in my research, please check my 5-minute presentation video. Thank you.
Come join me to hear about the current system of nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament treaties and to learn about the state of women in leadership in this field. I'll discuss the 3 main global non-proliferation and disarmament treaties, as well as current nuclear weapon-free zones, plus identify all organs within the United Nations system that affect nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament. But that was just the base of my research. My main focus was to assess the status of women in leadership across all of these organizations. I will share my findings on this imbalance, identify unique challenges women face in reaching these leadership positions, and propose ways organizations can cultivate environments that enable women to lead.
Hello, my name is Yesil Wu. I'm a PhD candidate in War Studies at King's College London. My research question is the following. Does South Korea have agency in the North Korean nuclear crisis, especially during the administrations of George W. Bush, Obama, and Trump? In line with the realist theory, most assessments focus on the role of the great power, but not on South Korea, which is a regional stakeholder. I posit that Seoul's agency in the conflict has been insufficiently explored. My principal finding is that South Korean agency was limited in the period of examination by a mismatch in policy preferences by the United States and South Korea. When South Korea preferred engaging with North Korea, the United States preferred balancing and disengaging. So my research analyzes the role of the South Korea through the network theories and middle power theory. Please enjoy my research poster and please email me your feedbacks, comments, and questions. Thank you.
한국판 유질은 선도국가로 도약하는 대한민국 대전환 선언입니다. 추격형 경제에서 선도형 경제로, 탄소 의존 경제에서 저탄소 경제로,
월성 원자력 발전소에 있는 맥스터, 즉 사용 후 해결료 임시 저장 시설 증설에 찬성한다는 주민 의견 조사 결과가 나왔습니다.
주민 의견 수렴 결과 발표를 앞둔 경주 간포읍 복지회관. 입구부터 주민과 경찰이 뒤엉켰습니다.
Hello, I'm Leo.
I'm Sangbin.
And we're going to present on our research on how to improve public acceptance of nuclear power in South Korea. So currently, Korea depends on nuclear as for energy security and as a clean source of energy.
네. Good morning from South Korea again. This is Man Sung-im, Professor of Nuclear Quantum Engineering at KAIST and Director of NEREC. We're very grateful for all the participants, especially the speakers who will be joining this session on SMRs and its potential proliferation and policy implication issues. We just heard from Professor Granger Morgan, one of the authorities and true global leaders in technology policy, discussing the policy implications of SMRs. So I think that gave us a very good overview, a very comprehensive picture. SMR is potentially a game changer. As we heard, it may contribute significantly to reduced concern over global climate change. At the same time, it may open up what I call maybe potentially a second wave of atoms for peace, something we started in 1953. And by now, most of the countries who were interested in nuclear power have explored either successfully or unsuccessfully. But now the opportunities presented by SMRs opening up a new era of nuclear technology development. As we saw from previous presentation, many countries who are not able to introduce or join the group of nuclear power owners may think twice and be able to actually introduce nuclear power, which is a great thing for many countries. At the same time, brings in a challenge. As we already heard, nuclear technology is a dual-use technology, and potentially there are concerns about the use of materials and technology. So in this session, we'll continue our discussion. We're very grateful to have a very special speaker to lead off the session, Dr. Brent Park, the Honorable Deputy Administrator of the NNSA, of Department of Energy. NNSA is in charge of control and management of nuclear materials and nuclear stockpiles of United States Department of Energy. Honorable Dr. Brent Park is in charge of the effort to prevent nuclear weapons proliferation and reduce the threat of nuclear and radiological terrorism around the world. He started his position as of March 2018. Prior to this position, he served as Associate Laboratory Director of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, in charge of global security, international security, technology development. And Honorable Brent Park also served as the Los Alamos National Labs NNSA's remote sensing laboratory, leading the technology development advancement for cutting-edge diagnostic and communication instrument development. And prior to that, he served at the Los Alamos National Lab in the area of defense nuclear proliferation, non-proliferation nuclear emergency search team activities. Dr. Park has a PhD in nuclear physics from Ohio University. In fact, when Dr. Park served as Associate Laboratory Director at Oak Ridge National Lab, I was a joint faculty at Oak Ridge National Lab, so I knew of him, but had never chance to personally meet him. But it is great for me to see him, not in person, but at least online. Let's welcome Honorable Dr. Brent Park.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, outstanding. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. Good morning to you all. It's 9 p.m. over here in DC area, and I see many of my colleagues on this panel will speak alongside me, joining us. In fact, I was looking at the schedule. Joining the conference towards the end is a little bit of a challenge, but I got to hear Professor Morgan's presentation. I enjoyed it. So we have a lot to talk about after this conference. So I'll be calling you, Professor Morgan. Very interesting data you presented. I'm interested in learning more. And I see NewScale, and I see Brian Boyer from IAEA, and I see Professor Charlton from UT Austin. I thought he was at Texas A&M, but I guess he's joining us as well as many qualified Korean colleagues. So anyway, I'm going to throw in the schedule. I have to look at it to find out how many people have to talk during the panel. So I could actually focus on the time management a little bit. Otherwise, I could go on for 2 hours and would not leave any time for my colleagues. I'll make this very short, by the way. Give me just 1 second so I can actually show you just a few slides. Perfect. So again, the reason that I actually show you the cover slide is part of what I actually do is international engagement. I'm very thankful for the organizers and the participants to talk about this very important topic of promoting nuclear nonproliferation, by the way. I'm one of a few people within the US government responsible for setting the policies when it comes to nuclear non-pro. By the way, people have a hard time pronouncing the word nonproliferation, and it's okay for all of us to use the word non-pro. It's fine. We know what it means. That's actually one of the things I focus on quite a bit, and I've been doing the technology development to support the policies in the non-pro areas for decades. And then now, for the last 2.5 years or so, I'm in the federal government developing policies, working with the other countries. So again, I really appreciate KAIST for organizing this wonderful, important workshop. I feel a little bit sorry that I got to only join towards the end of the conference. When I quickly looked at the schedule, it is very impressive. So we'll do better the next time, hopefully. But again, I only got to enjoy a little bit towards the end of it. I think it may actually help you to kind of know a little bit about what my office does. Part of the interaction actually covered a bit of my responsibility. My office actually works with the almost all the national labs within the Department of Energy system, Los Alamos, and you know about the Idaho National Lab, Oak Ridge National Lab, PNNL, Argonne National Lab, all these labs under the DOE system. My office actually funds literally hundreds and several thousand researchers to work on the cutting edge research to make sure the nuclear materials are processed, handled, and safeguarded in a manner that is acceptable to the world, not only within the US, but globally as well. So there's quite a bit of educating the next generation researchers. From that perspective, I especially give kudos to KAIST for setting this up. And I saw during the break many wonderful fellows from all over the world participating. That's outstanding, by the way. I went through a similar experience in the mid-'80s. And I did my PhD work in the late 80s at Los Alamos National Lab. So I got to experience quite a bit of that some years ago. But again, I'd like to really thank the people for dedicating their career in this very important field. Question at hand is successful deployment of SMR. It's actually fairly simple in terms of what has to be done. It's whether you can do it or not in a sustainable manner, that's the challenge. People know we have to integrate the safety, security, and safeguards into the design, actual operations, and at the end of its lifetime, how to dispose all that. We know that. The challenge is in actually exercising what we know we have to do. And jokingly, I tell people all the time, it's like a diet. You know what you have to do, but it's difficult. That's a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek right there. But again, it's not that we don't know what needs to be done. It's to make sure we actually know and follow through and sustain it. So these are some of the highlights that actually talk about the elements of what we look for in the nonproliferation domain when it comes to nuclear reactors and so on and so forth. And going back to my introductory remark about my office, we actually focus on prevent, counter, respond when it comes to nuclear-related events and work. And today I'm going to talk about only prevent side of it. Much of my world, much of what I do is anticipating terrible things so we can avoid them. And the expression that I use is avoiding SNT surprises, avoiding nuclear events. That actually requires a lot of smart people like you in the audience, especially young people looking at not only technology, but again, combining the technology with the policies and oversight, regulations, and so on. And this is actually critical that we combine them all. And one of the things I really agree with the professor as the overview was, he was very comprehensive in looking at the economy, the money aspect of it, regulations, and world temperature, so to speak, in terms of a willingness to adapt and build new reactors and so on. Again, you have to look at the totality or the big picture, and that's where people like me would come in. My focus is not so much on the dollars and cents. It's more about the security, safety side of it, But again, we need to combine both to make it work for all of us. And quickly, people like me look at the life cycle aspect of what we do in the nuclear business. Thinking about the nonproliferation after you have built and started operating is too late. So we need to bake in the requirements upfront in the design aspect of it, even before that. And then make sure you can actually sustain the safe and secure operation throughout. And that actually requires a lot of components to work in harmony. As it is listed on this slide, there is a huge amount of government involvement. And one of the things that my office is responsible for those of you who are familiar with the 123 agreement from the United States, we actually have dozens of agreements with other countries, including Korea, by the way. We actually renewed about 5-6 years ago after 4 years of a 123 agreement, the original one. And through that agreement, we actually get to transfer the technologies because the government receiving the ES technologies and support training and all those things, they provided assurance that they will do their very best to make sure it'll be safe, secure. And those are the things that my office is responsible for to make sure that there's the proper assessment, not only by the United States, but also by the receiving or the host country of the other side of a 123 agreement. And my office is also responsible for what we call Part 810. This is all US law and review processes and the authorization processes and so on. But again, it does affect or impact how much we can share with others. All those things go into play, and the way we assess the readiness level of other regions or countries is we look at all these factors. And when they need help, we provide assistance, help, and training on an ongoing basis, by the way. That's actually what we do. It's not like we actually say, well, you're on your own, we're leaving behind, and we'll see you in 30 years. My office actually works with over 100 countries around the world to make sure whatever they need to make sure this is used for peaceful purpose is carried out. So the last bullet there is actually one of the largest components under my program, working with, like I said, over 100 countries around the world to make sure they can do proper nuclear material accounting and controls. And we're in the process of actually creating a system to better answer their demands and needs real time, especially starting with the US industries. We're about to roll out a new way of communicating with industry partners, which was not done in the past. So we are actually continuously monitoring and learning from our industry partners in other countries to do more effective engagement. So these are the essentially parameters we look for. Oh, by the way, you noticed that the previous speaker, Professor, actually used the new scale, the design there. DOE is very proud, by the way. We actually decided to fund through Office of Nuclear Energy that the Rita Barronwell, who's a colleague of mine, is leading right now. And we actually have been a proud sponsor of NuScale. I know a NuScale representative is online waiting to talk about more, so I'm not going to steal his thunder on this. We believe in the NuScale, their capabilities and abilities to deliver, and we're anxiously waiting for the first unit to come online over the next 5-6 years or so. But again, we're very proud of the fact that the DOE and DOE National Lab System has supported and worked with the NuScale and other many companies to make sure SMRs and the microreactors are viable options, not only for the United States, but also for the rest of the world. This is actually my last slide, by the way. So people look at my organization as more of oversight, regulator type office. But we did a tremendous amount of outreach. And that's the part that I really need to focus more on for the remaining minute or so. We work closely with the IAEA. We support international engagement. And out of the 100 countries that I shared with you that we work with, there are partners. They provide as much resources to other needy nations that are not yet up to that level, financially and otherwise. And Korea has actually stepped up big time, and I need to recognize Korean government. In fact, last year when I was there in August, I recognize the Korean government for having done an outstanding job on export control training, not only for Korean entities, companies, but also regional partners as well. Korean the researchers are one of the best in the world, and we've been working with them through our national lab systems. They work closely with our science labs on the nuclear-related research, and we'd like to see more of that in the coming months and years as we go forward, as we explore exciting opportunities related to SMR and microreactors. The website that we have listed down there is more of a FYI. We actually do a tremendous amount of outreach. It's mostly through government-to-government channel. I am trying to change a little bit more so we can talk directly with industry partners. And there's a bit of a change, but primary communication channel for my office and for me is government to government. But again, I just wanted to give you a little bit of a background. I think the beauty of the panel conversation is, say it's a little less possible and take difficult questions and leave enough time for my fellow panelists. So with that, I just want to say thank you to the organizers. KAIST, one of the best in the world. You guys rock, keep doing it. Nonpro is such an important mission for all of us. It's great to see one of the best in the world taking this head on and talking about this continuously, funding fellows and so on. I fund literally dozens and dozens of universities. Within that system, we literally fund several hundred PhDs. And it's good to see our partnering countries such as Korea doing just as well in nurturing the next generation. So let me stop here by saying, great job and keep doing it. And I'll hang around for Q's and A's. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Brent Park, for leading off.
Oh, it's just Brent, by the way. I apologize. That's my official title because I'm a semi-confirmed in the US, but it's just Brent, please. Thank you.
Thank you. It means a lot to me and to all of us to hear from somebody who is personally, directly responsible for all the nuclear non-proliferation matters of US development as well as other countries. So thank you again. Our next speaker will be from South Korea, Dr. Byung-Jin Lee. He will be giving an overview of the market and economics and technology of SMRs. Dr. Byung-Jin Lee is currently Director of Engineering for the KEPCO Korea Electric Power Engineering Company's KEPCO's Engineering and Construction Company, used to be KOPEC, Korea Power Engineering Company. KOPEC's engineering development for SMR called Bondi 60. Dr. Byung-Jin Lee is a well-trained reactor safety engineer with PhD and master's from KAIST. In fact, he was one of my old colleagues when I worked at Kerry for the South Korea's nuclear power plant technology self-reliance project. It's great to see Dr. Byung-Jin Lee to become very successful in leading this project. And Dr. Byung-Jin Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm an engineer. My topic today is looks a little bit big or too wide for my time, 15 minutes. I hope I can help you get global picture of the SMRs. What are the SMRs and who are the major players? Okay. I'll spend some time on the market and economics first, and then if I have time more, I'll walk you through some technical things of these small reactors, water-cooled and non-water-cooled reactors. This shows some category of small reactor, medium reactor, large reactor. We are talking about the small reactor today, the less than 300 megawatt. In the 1958, the first pressurized water reactor, commercial reactor, at the time, that power level was 60 megawatt, very small reactors. And next one was a Yankee Roll, that was in 185. We started from the small ones. And nowadays, the new reactors, mostly above 1,000 megawatt. APR 1400, that is 1,400 megawatt. And 500 megawatt, or even higher than that. So, why is that? You're getting in bigger and bigger. That's the only reason is the economy. But today, we are talking about the small reactors, and we are saying small reactors can compete with the larger reactors economically. So we will see what they are thinking about this economy and market. In the United Kingdom, they saw a pretty big market globally, about $300 to $500 billion for the next decades. USA and China, Russia, and even in Europe. In Canada, they saw a pretty similar size of the market globally. An interesting point is that still the major chances are still on the on-grid market, about 2/3. And others, the rest comes from the niche market, like upgrade remote communities and power for the mines and industrial process. And this is the April report in 2018. They pointed the key drivers and barriers, the policies and cost and market values of different other technologies at reasonable conditions. And this figures shows us some important conclusion. This saw the $5,000 per kilowatt is the critical point. If you want nuclear power want to expand their market share, they need to be need to meet the $5,000 per kilowatt or less. As the cost decreases, the share increases, and also in this graph you can see the decline of the total capacity as the nuclear share increases. This implies that the nuclear reliability of the nuclear power, no need extra backup capacity. In 2018, IAEA summarized the economy of the SMRs. They point the main factors comes from the economy of multiples and short construction time. You can understand it very well. And then there was some estimates, $5,000 per kilowatt, and about $4,000. This is the developers. I think these values are somewhat a kind of target. Experts from many experts' opinions vary from 3,000 to 16,000, very wide, depending on the assumptions. It includes a lot of uncertainties. In 2016, there was a very important report in the United Kingdom. They did some serious study and quantitative result. They said the first SMR should be 30% more costly than the large ones, and then the cost will decrease along with the serial manufacturing according by learning effects. The construction time would be 3 to 4 years. Taking these factors into account, then it seems the SMRs can compete in the market. It seems reasonable, but there's a big condition to meet the levelized cost of electricity with the large ones, this condition should be met. Design standardization, modularization, and consistent supply chain. This is a very important point. A large volume of delivery program, it means that the developers, the vendors should be secured with a very large contract, big contract, 2 to 15 gigawatt of total deployment. It means when we assume 100 megawatts SMRs, that means 20 to 150 units, the big contract. So, in this condition, under this condition, I think it's very hard to anticipate this kind of big contract. So it implies that it gives us a message that the SMR is not easy to compete in the conventional electric market, especially the on-grid market. The SMR is marketed better in the niche market. Okay, this is that was the market, about the market and economics. That is the perspective of my engineer. So then I will see who are the players, what they are doing for the SMR development. I took this picture from the Gen 4 organization website. Nowadays, we are developing new reactors that belongs to generation 2 or 3 or 3 plus. The major difference between the 3 and 3 plus is the passive safety system. If the passive safety system is enhanced, then we can call it 3 plus. Most small reactors belong to 3 plus. Most of them employ enhanced, inherent, and passive safety systems. I'll leave this part. I'll discuss it later. This generation 4. This is the update for the major players. KL40S, they started operation last year in December. That was this ship, barge-mounted reactor, was built in the St. Petersburg, and fuel was loaded in the Murmansk, and then towed 5,000 kilometers to the Quebec and started operation last year. And NuScale, they are busy for the licensing, and they have planned to start operation first unit 2027. You will hear more about this NuScale in next presentation. And China, they are very eager and very active. There are many small reactors. This is one of them. This ACPR50S is to be loaded in this floating power plant. And CARM in Argentina, they are saying they're going to operate next year. In the United Kingdom, France, they have somewhat bigger version of reactors, small reactors. A lot of companies are involved in the construction consortium. In Korea, you heard about the SMART. Now, Kerry is co-work with Saudi Arabia and negotiate the construction, the first unit in Saudi Arabia. In Pandi my company is to develop this reactor, 60 megawatt, and for the floating nuclear power plant. Also, Seoul National University is developing REX-10, the very conceptual microreactors. Non-water corrected reactor. Yeah, again, this picture from the Gen 4 organization. Yeah, when we talk about the generation 4, this is they pursues ultimate safety and security, sustainability, and competitiveness in the market, and versatility in application. When we say non-proliferation, this security matters. Physical security and non-proliferations. So, to meet these goals, those small reactors are better. So, most of the small reactors in generation 4, these are the small reactors, less than 300. Many reactors are developing in many countries, and their operating conditions are a little bit different from the conventional pressurized water reactor. This is a typical differences of pressure range. This is a pressurized water reactor operating conditions about 15 megapascal and 300 degrees Celsius. But these small reactors, non-water cooled, they operate at higher region. This high temperature means more diverse application we can expect. In Korea, we also have models, the non-cooled water small reactors. In KAIST, they're developing micro modular reactor, UNIST, lead-cooled fast reactor, and also in KERI, they have 2 very high temperature reactors and sodium-cooled reactors. In summary, more than 50 SMRs are under development nowadays. Very wide range of power level, different technologies. I think each one of them have their own business model, and they have their own target for the market. Many reactors I think their technology is pretty mature, so they want to see the feasibility of the licensing. This is a pre-licensing vendor review process in Canada. A lot of vendors apply this program and got some feedback from the licensing body. And this is all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Byung-Jin Lee, to give us an overview of SMR technologies and its development. That's a very important nice prelude to our discussions on the policy implications. Next speaker is Dr. Sang-Shin Shim, who is assistant professor and head of the Center for International Law at Korea National Diplomatic Academy. Dr. Shim, Professor Shim, is mainly concerned about the climate change issues with a focus on designing economically viable and technologically feasible and politically acceptable policy tools and strategies with significant emission reduction potentials. So in that vein, he will be talking about the implications of global climate change on SMR market development. Professor Shim has a BS and MS degree from Seoul National University in law. He also has a PhD in law from Stanford University. Professor Shim.
Thank you, Professor Im, for your wonderful introduction of myself. Well, It is my great honor and privilege to speak in front of such a great audience, including some of the best minds in this field. And today I will basically focus on the climate implications of some SMRs as they relate, and most specifically as they relate to the climate policy and other energy policies of the Republic of Korea. Let me see if I can screen share with this. Can everyone see my slide?
Not
Hopefully.
yet.
Not yet.
I think you need to open the file first and then screen share.
Right.
Perhaps you can end the screen share, go back and open the file first, and then start screen sharing again.
Okay, then. It used to work nicely when I tried it a few minutes ago, but
there are always some unexpected glitches with modern technology, so that's okay. It happened on the first day also.
most likely it's a human error, not the problems with this technology. I really apologize for this. All right, let me see if I can do it now. Can you see my slides?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, well.
Please open the file first before you do file sharing or screen sharing.
Okay.
So yeah, you open your PPT file first and then do the file sharing, screen sharing.
Keep doing it, but that's not something that is making any difference.
Now we can see it. Oh,
And
it's,
that's not
that's not that's not
not
the file
mine.
you want to open. Can we open the file for Professor Shim? I think we have a file here as well.
Yes, if someone from your side could help me with those presentation slides, I'll be very grateful.
You had them there for a moment.
Something unexpected, yeah. Yeah, we're working on it. It'll come.
Right.
Well, while we're working on the technology issue, let me go ahead and introduce the speakers of our panel. And then I guess we can just proceed. If everything goes well, our next speaker,
well,
yeah, we'll run the slide. So let's resume the talk again. Professor Shim.
All right. Well, I'm really sorry for this technical glitch. Well, obviously it was more a human error than a technical glitch, but well, let me just go ahead and briefly describe the climate implications for these small modular reactors and the implications they may have for some Korean energy policy as well. So here are what I'm going to discuss today. Probably I'll skip the discussions on what SMRs are, but I'll focus on the SMR's climate benefits and then the challenges that the SMRs might have in terms of their social acceptance and the climate policy, and what we can do better to address the concerns on the climate implications for the SMRs. And I would like to conclude my discussions by introducing some of the debates relating to the most recent energy policy of Korea, which is the energy transition policy, and how it might have some implications for the development and deployment of the SMRs in the Korean Peninsula. So as many people have already described, the small modular reactors are reactors that are typically smaller than 300 megawatt capacity, and they are designed for serial construction, and they could also collectively to form a larger nuclear plant, or they could also work as a standalone unit. And these, the SMRs have drawn strong interest from many parts of the world because they are touted to be able to overcome problems of larger nuclear power plants, which are first the huge upfront capital costs and the overall cost overruns when they complete their construction, and some of the nuclear safety issues and the proliferation issues. And they are also discussed or introduced to have better fuel economy, because some of they have some technology that could more effectively use the nuclear fuel in their operation. And so there are, and these two tables show you some of these SMRs which are already operating or near construction, near completion, and some other SMRs that are just planned to be constructed in the near future. And obviously you can see the SMRs from China, Russia, Argentina, and also we have one SMR from the carrier called the SMART. And more are rumored to be up and coming as they go through the regulatory process of different countries. And one of the SMR's greatest climate benefits actually are the benefits that nuclear power can provide to the world, which is affording producing almost no greenhouse gas emissions in their energy production. And this table, this graph drastically shows that the nuclear power is comparable in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions with to other renewable sources such as wind or solar panel and the geothermal. And it has been already discussed in the keynote speech session, but if these SMRs are going to be integrated with other renewable sources such as the offshore wind or the solar panels, these SMRs could effectively address the concerns of the intermittency problems with the renewables. So they could at least theoretically provide an alternative to energy storage system or grid interconnection, which are suggested as the answer to address the intermittency problems of this renewable energy. And if these SMRs could be successfully deployed in remote locations, they could replace the dirty fuel-based energy generation, which are basically the diesel oil generators. So in that aspect, these SMRs could contribute to the less emission of greenhouse gases into the air, because they would theoretically replace fossil fuel-based energy generation. There are, of course, challenges to these the SMR's great prospect. One of the challenges that scholars and practitioners always refer to are the cost factors. People say that these SMRs would have better would be better positioned because it would incur less cost to be built and operated. But the question that is involved here is that it presupposes that these SMRs could be penetrated fast enough and large enough to the market. The question is whether it is really achievable. And we have seen one ominous example from the Russian case, which is the marine floating small modular reactor. And this Russian SMR's cost was estimated to be at least 4 times bigger than what it was suggested as this initial evaluated cost. So this is another good example to build our case from. And the timing of these construction and deployment of these SMRs are also quite problematic, because scientists always warn that we need to do something, some important things to reduce greenhouse gas emissions fast enough so that the Earth would be at least preserved in a livable state. And they say that the global average global average temperature, air temperature, should not rise over 1.5 Celsius. And on the projection of some of the scientists, these thresholds could be broken as early as 2030. So the scientists are arguing for more drastic, more effective solutions to be introduced to cope with climate change issues. The question here with the SMRs is, can SMRs be deployed fast enough to serve as effective solutions to the climate change? But as far as the scheduling of these SMRs are concerned, they are not going to be deployed fast enough. For example, a new scale would be built and operated as early as 2027, which is almost 7 years from today. And Rolls-Royce case, SMR would be not operational until 2029. And Canadian nuclear laboratories are suggesting that they would build their first commercially viable SMR by 2026. So the timing of this construction and deployment of these SMRs are not so promising, as I say. And it also shares the concerns as they relate to related to the conventional nuclear reactors, which are environmental concerns. Nuclear safety is also always a concern for this the nuclear energy, and if we adopt more SMRs, it could have the advantage of being constructed or being deployed in remote regions. But it also involves longer transportation, and it also translates into the bigger contamination risks. And some of the environmentalists are strongly criticizing these SMRs for exactly these points. And the management of spent nuclear fuel might also be continuing to be an issue if the SMRs share the same issue of the social acceptance of the management and the storage of spent nuclear fuel. But it is also a matter of fact that the more nations and more international organizations increasingly recognize the importance of the nuclear energy to be a contributor, to be a helper to effectively fight against the climate change. For example, European Union last year made a statement that the nuclear energy is part of the bloc solutions to addressing, making its economy carbon neutral by 2050. And also the International Energy Agency issued a paper. And in that, it says that without additional nuclear, the clean energy, the clean energy system becomes more difficult and more expensive. So obviously, nuclear energy as well as and then the SMRs have some role to play to make the whole global economy more carbon neutral or less dependent on carbon. But then these contributions may depend upon the speedy development and deployment of the market and market penetration, and it has to be done in a very creative way to deal with the social acceptance of this nuclear energy, and in that it also requires duly addressing concerns on safety and environmental integrity. So probably the regulatory process is also a block to this the speedy deployment and the construction of these SMRs. So harmonization of licensing requirements through the international cooperation might be helpful, but it's not going to be guaranteed. So we need to spend more time and effort and resources to make sure that these harmonization of the standardization of the license requirements would be coming shortly. Lastly, I'd like to conclude my remarks by introducing the case of Korea, especially on the policy of energy transition. This policy basically is a nuclear phase-out combined with the coal phase-off and the great expansion of renewables in the next 2 to 3 decades. So the nuclear energy is, at least in the Korean context, is on its way out. And I'm not sure if the government would be taking a favorable view of these SMRs being developed by some of the research institutions of this country. Although the country is also intent on trying to find some opportunities to export our nuclear technology and nuclear reactors to overseas. And most recent example, as Dr. Byung-Jin Lee nicely introduced, was an agreement reached with Saudi Arabia to establish the special purpose enterprise to build 2 small modular reactors in Saudi Arabia. But I'm not sure how much more focus we will be able to continue to put on this the promotion of these small modular reactors exportation opportunities. And I would like to show you some of the graphs to show you how nuclear energy will be on its way out in the next 10 to 15 years. The most recent government plan presupposes the reduction of nuclear energy from almost 20% of the national capacity to less than 10%. And the generation of the electricity coming from nuclear energy would also be on its decline from 26% of the national energy production to electricity production to less than 25%. And it will also be complemented by the expansion of renewables. But with these intermittency problems, which are inherent in these renewable energy production, I'm not sure if Korea will continue to maintain the stable supply of electricity over the whole economy. With that, I'd like to thank the audience and Professor Im again for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak in front of this wonderful audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shim, for giving us an overview of the challenges and role of SMR, especially in the context of South Korean situation. As Professor Shim indicated, there is a current challenge going on, particularly in here, South Korea. But this current nuclear phase-out policy is government initiative. It's not necessarily supported by the public many of the public members are not actually in favor of the current government drive. And in fact, even the current ruling party of the Korean National Assembly, many of them are also saying this policy is not sustainable. So it'll be interesting to see how this current nuclear phase-out policy can be sustained in the next government administration. With that, I think we now shift our gear to talk more about the specifics of the challenges and the licensing issues. So our next speaker comes from the leading SMR development company in the United States, NuScale Power. NuScale Power actually is very close, maybe one of the closest company who actually realized the dream of SMR in the commercial market. In fact, South Korea's enterprise manufacturer, Dosan Heavy Industry, recently joined forces with NuScale for the manufacturing of the SMR designed by NuScale. So it is a great pleasure and honor to have Mr. Kevin Dewitt from SMR. He is the program manager on nuclear security and emergency preparedness of NuScale company. He has 25 years of experience as nuclear submarine operator and also a licensed senior reactor operator at Columbia Generating Station in the United States. He has a degree in nuclear technology and human factors. He will be talking about the design and the licensing issues of SMR for sustainable future nuclear energy development. Mr. Dewitt.
Thank you for the help there. I'm muting in for the introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what your location is tonight. My presentation is on NuScale Power, designing for a safe, secure, and sustainable future. And as introduced, I'm the program manager for nuclear security and emergency preparedness at NuScale. We're the proud recipient of financial assistance awards from the U.S. Department of Energy. Therefore, I'm obliged to identify their support of our program, and we do appreciate their continued support. Energy is essential to human development and economic growth, but there are 1.1 billion people in the world that still live without any access to electricity, and many more are in energy poverty. Climate change, increasing water scarcity, population growth, demographic changes, and urbanization already pose challenges for water supply systems. By 2025, half of the world's population will be living in water-stressed areas. 1.3 billion metric tons of food is lost or wasted each year due to lack of cooling. Access to energy can address this issue. Air pollution in developing economies routinely exceed U.S. standards. This is the global reality. At NuScale, we set out to address these global challenges with a commitment to improving the quality of life for humankind by continuously improving nuclear power. NuScale's groundbreaking technology features a fully factory fabricated small modular reactor that we refer to as the NuScale Power Module, which is shown here on the left. The power module consists of an integral nuclear steam supply system in which the reactor core, the steam generators, and the pressurizer are all contained in a single vessel. The simple design eliminates reactor coolant pumps, large bore piping, and other systems and components found in large conventional reactors. This simplicity results in an extremely strong safety case and reduced capital and operational costs. Each module produces up to 60 megawatts electric and is small enough to be factory built for easy transportation and installation. Each module has a dedicated power conversion system for flexible, independent operation, and modules can be incrementally added to match load growth up to 12 modules for 720 megawatts electric total output. So a question we often get is, so how small is your small modular reactor? What this slide shows down in the lower left is a NuScale power module with the average American male at 5'9" in height, standing next to the power module, which is about 76 feet tall and 15 feet wide. On the right-hand side is the typical large pressurized water reactor. So you can almost compare the module to one of the steam generators that are shown there. What you see here is a cutaway view of our reactor building. Most of the safety-related equipment is located below the ground surface in the building, and as you see, the nuclear power modules are located mostly submerged in a large pool of water, which is about 7 million gallons, or approximately 26.5 million liters. This large pool has a reactor pool for the nuclear power module bays on the right, a refueling pool in the middle, where the nuclear power modules are assembled and disassembled, and a spent fuel pool on the left. The pool communicates between the reactor pool and the refueling pool areas through the entire depth, but only communicates to the spent fuel pool through a weir in the wall. This prevents water from being removed from the spent fuel pool in the event there is a loss of water inventory. Nuclear power modules are moved from their bays to the refueling pool using the reactor building crane. Fuel assemblies are transferred between the refueling pool and the spent fuel pool using a refueling machine typical of existing pressurized water reactors. NuScale's SMR technology presents a new approach to nuclear power. Modules are constructed in a factory in parallel to the construction of the reactor building and balance of plant. Modules are then shipped to the site to be installed in the reactor building. There is no field fabrication, erection, or construction of any kind associated with power modules. The modules come from the factory ready to be fueled and installed in an individual bay in the reactor building. This drastically reduces the construction time and cost as compared to large nuclear power plants. The modular aspect of the technology provides for flexible operation and multiple uses beyond merely providing baseload electrical power. NuScale has achieved a paradigm shift in the level of safety of a nuclear power plant facility. Safety comes first, second to none. NuScale's Triple Crown for nuclear plant safety design ensures that on loss of all electricity to the power plant, each NuScale power module will safely shut down and self-cool indefinitely, with no need for operator or computer action, AC or DC power, or additional water. This capability is a first for commercial nuclear power. And the slide basically shows that one module within a bay, and it shows the water level at the normal level. They're close to completely submerging the module. At the start of the event, you would start transferring start transferring heat into the water by the steam generators and decay heat removal system. Over the next 30 days, decay heat is removed by containment. That causes the water in the bay to boil off, and the level will start to reduce over time. By 30 days, we transition to a long-term air cooling, and that is an indefinite period where it cools itself. So we are looking beyond baseload power, and we've come up with what's called the NuScale Device Energy Platform. It may provide reliable power for mission-critical facilities such as hospitals, military bases, and data centers, hydrogen production for fuel cell vehicles, industrial processes or energy storage, and act as a buffer on the grid. Desalination. A NuScale plant of 8 modules could provide enough electricity and clean water for a city of approximately 300,000 people. Energy for oil and chemical refining to reduce the carbon footprint of these processes could be up to 30% over the current fossil fuels that are used. And finally, the NuScale modules and plant are so flexible that we can load follow to meet grid capacity needs due to the intermittency of wind and solar generation, enabling the growth of renewables. NuScale has taken security and safeguards by design very seriously. Integrating design features with security in mind started very early in the design process. The reactor building that houses all safety-related equipment was built to resist aircraft impact. For the same reason, most of the safety-related components are located below grade. With the elimination of large bore reactor coolant piping and no reliance on operator actions, electrical power, or additional water, We have removed many targets of interest for those wishing to cause radiological sabotage. We have also designed the site so that it's easy to defend by maintaining clean lines of sight, multiple layers of delay barriers, and minimizing approach paths. Similarly, in cybersecurity, we started with a secure INC architecture that enforces direction of communication flows and places the most sensitive INC equipment in the most protected layer. Our modular and plant protective systems are using field programmable gate array technology that does not use runtime software. These are located in the highest level of the INC architecture and are impervious to internet attacks. We also began thinking of safeguard approaches back in 2011. We've had several interactions with safeguards experts at the U.S. national laboratories and U.S. universities over the years. The first interaction with Pacific Northwest National Laboratory looked at overall safeguardability of the NuScale design. It was determined that although we have a novel design, NuScale was very similar to existing pressurized water reactors with regards to implementation of international safeguards. It was noted that several of the security by design features already considered theft and diversion of nuclear material. A second project looked at the potential of using existing reactor sensors in a dual role to provide continuity of knowledge. The last project with Pacific Northwest National Lab looked at performance of design information verification and examination inspections for small modular reactors. We have also participated in a number of workshops and conferences such as today with organizations like the World Institute for Nuclear Security and Institute for Nuclear Materials Management. NuScale has also had early interaction with the National Nuclear Security Administration and the International Atomic Energy Agency. We look forward to additional opportunities to collaborate with industry experts as we approach commercialization. Resiliency has become a very popular and hot topic lately, especially here in the United States. This slide highlights the concept of NuScale technology presenting a new level of plant resiliency that is unmatched by any operating nuclear plant in the world and makes it an optimal solution for remote locations and mission critical facilities, like hospitals and data centers and distributed general applications. The next generation of nuclear power plants must be prepared to adapt to changes in climate. A NuScale small modular reactor has significant resiliency features that will not only enable a plant to adapt to climate change, including extreme weather events, but also to help provide highly reliable long-term power for mission-critical facilities and to help support grid recovery. We have demonstrated a substantial level of resources to rigorously test the design and demonstrate its resiliency against certain hazards. These capabilities, all which have been rigorously studied, include black start and island mode following loss of off-site power, first responder power, resilience to natural events, resilience to aircraft impact, cybersecurity, and resilience to solar-induced geomagnetic disturbances and electromagnetic pulse. A single NuScale module can be used to power the entire plant in case of loss of the grid. So in other words, the plant can operate in what is referred to as an island mode, being disconnected from the transmission system and using electricity from a module to power the facility. This is a capability not currently found in nuclear power plants. It also provides an unlimited coping period. That is, following a loss of power to the station, all reactors would automatically shut down and self-cool for the indefinite period of time without the need for operator interaction. The technology can achieve this level of performance because, among other things, we do not require what is referred to as Class 1E emergency power, typically provided through emergency diesel generators. This capability is a first for commercial nuclear technology. So we are working on our way towards commercialization. And we've been blazing the trail here in the United States with the advanced reactor space. We're the only small modular reactor to undergo design certification review by the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission and have invested almost $1 billion to date in the development of our technology. As you can see in this graph, it has been a very tall mountain to climb. Some notable upcoming milestones include the NRC's approval of our design in September of this year, the first power module forging order in 2021, and module fabrication commencing and standard plant design completing in 2022. Our module forging is being performed simultaneously by BWX Technologies in the United States and Doosan Heavy Industries and Construction Company of South Korea, who is a NuScale strategic partner. While our immediate focus is on our first plant deployment in the United States, and we continue to engage with a number of potential customers in states that have passed or intend to pass legislative initiatives aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emission, we've seen growing customer interest on the global scale as our technology nears commercialization. Having first mover advantage, seeing our technology to be first to complete a top tier, major regulatory review and deployed in the 20s sets NuScale apart from the competition. Foreign governments and utilities see NuScale's small modular reactor as a viable long-term solution for meeting energy and water needs as well as carbon emission reduction goals. We have signed agreements with entities in Canada, Romania, the Czech Republic, Jordan, and more to explore the possible deployment of our technology. In Canada, more specifically, we have submitted phase 1 and 2 of our pre-licensing vendor design review to the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt, for a very comprehensive overview of the activities of NuScale, which is very encouraging. Next speaker comes from KAIST, Professor Seong-Yeol Choi, Assistant Professor of Nuclear and Quantum Engineering. He is my colleague and also Deputy Director of NEREC. He is a rising star in the field of nuclear fuel cycle and non-proliferation studies. He was a research fellow at the Belfer Center, the Harvard Kennedy School, and he also authored work on at IAEA's request on the lessons learned from the development of Korea nuclear power program. His work is really focused on the fuel cycle and non-proliferation issues from the policy point of view, and when I retire, he will be leading the acting effort in continuation of this development. Professor Seong-Yeol Choi has a PhD from Seoul National University in nuclear engineering with a focus on policy and nuclear issues. Professor Choi.
Thank you, Professor Im, for kind introduction. Let me share my slide first. Okay. In my presentation, I'm going to talk about the nuclear waste management issues for small modular reactor, mostly focusing on the requirement and strategy of using nuclear fuel management. Let me start my talk by briefly looking at the motivations for developing small modular reactors. I think that many companies are developing small modular reactors because they are seeking for new market opportunity for nuclear energy. To summarize all of this effort, I think I can explain it by one sentence: making the output of nuclear reactor more valuable. You know, conventional nuclear reactors are producing the electricity to the electric grid, but the more nuclear energy options like small modular reactors are seeking more differently. For example, replacement of large-scale thermal power plant by multiple units at one site is going to be like a zero-carbon electricity productions to the grid, and also load following operation potentially coupled with renewable energy is going to be targeting the peak load market in electricity market. And a small modular reactor can be deployed at remote area, and the small modular reactors can be connected to a small electric grid. It's going to be deploying small modular reactor where the electricity is really difficult to supply. Also, another motivation, waste burning and transmutation. Small modular reactor also designed to burning the spent nuclear fuel produced from large-scale light water reactor. It's going to be converting waste into resources. And also module mounting unit is going to be a floating nuclear power supply unit. And also there are many small modular reactors are targeting, in addition to electricity, but the more high value added product like heat, water, hydrogen, electric vehicle, and then data center, and then mining. I think that depending on their business model for small modular reactor company, there are a number of different types of nuclear reactors and fuel. Many of them targeting high temperature for like heat production and hydrogen production, also fast neutron spectrum for like waste burning and transmutation, and a long burning cycle to deploy at the remote area, and then continuous recycling for waste burning and transmutation. The different market opportunity, I think, have stimulated for many companies to pursue different reactor designs. And although they actually share the common philosophy like small power levels and then factory fabrication and then easy transportation, but still they are different types. For example, many companies or research institutes are developing light water reactor. But in addition to that, there are also a number of companies who are interested in non-light water reactor cooled by a molten salt or liquid metal like a sodium liquid metal or lead bismuth eutectic coolant, and also gas coolant. Depending on their type, there are different types of nuclear fuel, conventionally oxide fuel like uranium dioxide. In addition to that, there are triso fuel, metallic fuels, and even liquid molten salt fuels are the option for small modular reactors. Looking at the typical characteristics of fuel for small modular reactor, first light water reactor, they are mostly using UO2, uranium dioxide fuel with a shorter height assembly than the large scale light water reactors. And then typically the small modular reactors with cooled by light water are longer fuel cycle, but I think their low power density make lower discharge burnup. And then is using nuclear fuel for small modular reactors are typically stored in the reactor buildings, in the water pool, and then later on transported and then at dry cask storage. I think it's typical procedures or typical industrial practice already there for large-scale light water reactor. So small modular reactor cooled by light water can be heavily relied on or based on the existing experience, which means probably there's no substantial revision for regulation for light water small modular reactors. On the other hand, the non-light water advanced reactor typically using the higher enriched nuclear fuel, even up to 19.7 weight%. And then different fuel form, like a triso fuel, metallic fuel, and then molten salt liquid fuels. And some concept for adopt on-site reprocessing and recycling, typically using for liquid molten salt fuel. For example, some of the company are targeting the waste burner, which means spent nuclear fuel coming from large-scale nuclear power plant can be a fuel for small modular reactors cooled by liquid fuel salt. In case of liquid fuel salt, the coolant is also liquid molten salt, but at the same time, coolant can become a fuel. Fuel and coolant are mixed at the same time. But in this non-light water reactor, advanced reactor, small modular reactors, we don't have any previous experience, which means there will be a substantial revision of nuclear regulations, also as well as new development and infrastructure and computer code and operating practice should be accumulated to be commercialized this non-light water small modular reactors. I think there are two important nuclear fuel cycle steps in terms of using nuclear fuel management. First one is the storage and then transportations. And second is a final using nuclear fuel disposal. Storage and transportation requirement first. Regardless of light water or non-light water small modular reactor, many concepts are designed to be small enough to transport by a truck or train or ship. Likewise, when removing the used nuclear fuel, I think it is necessary to store all used nuclear fuel on site and then transport them as a whole core by a truck or by a train or ships. I think independent interim storage for small modular reactors, unless they are deploying at multiple modules at the on-site, otherwise it's the interim storage and the independent interim storage for small modular reactor is going to be not economic. So small modular reactor itself has enough storage within the buildings. It could be a dry cask. Well, most of concept is what, for example, in U-scale is what waterproof. And then for special consideration for liquid fuel molten salt reactor, I think the special characteristic for this reactor is associated with continuous recycling at nuclear reactors. When we operating this liquid fuel molten salt, the fuel and coolant in liquid state, but when it's cooling down, then it's going to be a solid. But still, this solidified nuclear fuel is going to be highly soluble into water. So that means we need to have a special consideration when we store and then transport this liquid fuel molten salt after they discharge from nuclear reactor, which means this might be requiring us to process, to convert this liquid fuel molten salt using nuclear fuel into more suitable and durable form before storage and then transportation. Regarding the final disposal for small modular reactor using nuclear fuel, I think the most important requirement is to confine and then isolate radionuclide in a geological repository. In order to achieve this isolation of radionuclide, the important thing is making the durable and then solid waste form before the final disposal. The problem is some of the nuclear fuel for non-light water reactor, for example, they're using metallic fuels and molten salt fuel. They could be potentially highly soluble into groundwater. That means before the disposal, we needed to convert this metallic spent nuclear fuel or molten salt spent nuclear fuel into more durable and solid and insoluble waste form before the disposal. And then the small modular reactor, they produce used nuclear fuel, but the used nuclear fuel is not, I think, always small. For light water reactor, small modular reactor compared to a large scale light water reactor, I think it produced almost comparable amount of used nuclear fuel. But some of the small modular reactor based on fast neutron spectrum, they actually claim that they're going to produce a lower amount of waste per unit electricity generation. But still, they're achieving really high burner compared to existing light water reactor. This means it requires special attention to short-term risk during the storage and transportation because they are highly heat generating and require to convert durable and then solid and insoluble waste form before final disposal. Also, we need to think about what are the policy options for final disposal, because small modular reactor is not only going to be used for a country like the United States, South Korea, or Japan, or France, where the large-scale nuclear industry already exists. For small modular reactor, it's actually targeting for those who newly accepting the small modular reactor as a first nuclear power plant. I think there are multiple options how we're going to deal with the used nuclear fuel for final disposal. First option is going to be geological repository of small modular reactor using nuclear fuel together with the existing nuclear power plant, existing used nuclear fuel coming from large-scale nuclear power plant. It's going to be a valid option, I think, for most of countries who are running large-scale nuclear power program. I mean, for example, South Korea, if we develop and deploy small modular reactor, we're probably not going to have independent final disposal facility or for small modular reactor. We're going to want to build a large scale nuclear power plants using nuclear fuel, and then of course small modular reactor using nuclear fuel into one geological repository. Option number 2 is going to be a huge nuclear fuel take-back service. I think the requiring each country to be self-sufficient at the back-end nuclear fuel cycling, including final disposal, is going to be really challenging. Especially the small modular reactor, we're going to can be deployed into a small country where they only need 1 or 2 nuclear power plants. Then, after they discharge from a nuclear reactor, the independent and then self-sufficient, the final disposal facility is going to be really demanding and is not economic. So supply country can offer the take-back service for spent nuclear fuel for recipient country who are running a small-scale nuclear power program. And when they're taking back the spent nuclear fuel, maybe this could be reprocessed for some certain country. Or using nuclear fuel also directly disposed with spent nuclear fuel produced from large-scale nuclear power plant. Option number 3, maybe deep borehole disposal or another form of small-scale disposal method in a country with a small nuclear power plant. I'm assuming that like a turnkey technical service available in the future when small modular reactor vendors are selling their reactors. Maybe if another company can also provide some back-end nuclear fuel cycle technical service in a turnkey, including the deep borehole disposal at the end. And then option number 4 is going to be a multinational geological repository. We have been talking about this multinational geological repository for decades, but there's no actual progress. But still, maybe there's option for multinational or bilateral repository for only dedicated for small modular reactor spent nuclear fuel, because there could be potentially large volume compared to the large scale nuclear power plant. And the final option is some of the company claim that they're going to burning almost all actinide and disposing the remaining fission product, which means using nuclear fuel is going to be another form. There's a small amount of long half-life radionuclide while they are highly heat generated. As a consequence, the disposal volume could be much smaller compared to the conventional way, but this could be made providing more flexibility to combine with different disposal options. So we have 5 different polished options for using nuclear fuel for final disposal of small modular reactors. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your opportunity to speak up. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Choi. I might have misspoke that he is an associate professor, not assistant professor. I think Professor Choi covered wide areas of issues in nuclear fuel cycle. And I think you may have a lot of questions, but we'll revisit those issues during the Q&A session. Our next speaker comes from Vienna, Austria, Dr. Brian Boyer. He is from IAEA. Brian, it's 4:30 a.m. for you. Are you doing okay?
Yes,
doing
it's okay.
You've been up since 2:30.
Different.
Dr. Brian Boyer, a good friend of mine. He has been with IAEA for the last, I think, more than 6 years. I think more than that. I think
5 years
including
now.
5 years. But before then, you were also working for IAEA.
5 years before.
Yeah. So Dr. Brian Boyer, he worked as IAEA's nuclear safeguard inspector, and he also worked at the Brookhaven National Lab as a non-proliferation and safeguard specialist. And then he worked for Los Alamos National Laboratory for 9 years in the field of nuclear non-proliferation and safeguards. And he joined the IAEA in the Nuclear Energy Division of Nuclear Power in 2015. And then now he is section head of IAEA's International Project on Innovative Nuclear Reactors and Fuel Cycle. He's basically leading the global efforts in developing next generation nuclear power reactor, at the same time looking at issues of sustainability and non-proliferation and safeguards, all of those issues from an integrative point of view. So, Dr. Brian Boyer.
Thank you, Manso. It's good to share here. And added.
I think we all had a rehearsal, but then I guess there are some human errors.
Yes, but it was actually working a few minutes ago, and it shouldn't have. Here. There we go. Okay, so everyone can see the slides now. So the talk is entitled Small Modular Reactors and Nuclear Power Sustainability. For IAEA, we've been doing a number of projects within the idea of SMR development and deployment. We've had workshops, meetings, and missions on SMRs. Now that includes not just INPRO, but the rest of nuclear energy, nuclear power division. And the idea is that we're sharing knowledge from both the developer side and also the understanding requirements from the interested countries, the users. Because as you noted earlier, some of the people who were involved with interest in NuScale, some of them were already users of nuclear power, but others such as Jordan are in the newcomers. So we're trying to understand all their issues. We also just recently had an SMR regulators forum to understand experiences in developing regulations for SMRs. Because our other panelists had noted that, for example, in Korea, US, and any of the places where we're looking to license and build SMRs or get approval for SMRs, there's going to be new issues with regards to regulation. We also have established a TWG, a technical working group on SMRs, which is cross-cutting across our department. We also have a technical working group on safeguards by design, and I noted that Brent Park had showed the link to our guidance documents on safeguards by design. That was a multi-department cross-cutting task with safeguards and nuclear energy as well as nuclear safety. And we have, with this technical working group, we meet and discuss issues on that on a regular basis. So these are some of the documents on the screen that we've produced with respect to SMRs over the years. Now, what exactly is INPRO? And Dr. Yim had said it's International Project on Innovative Nuclear Reactors and Fuel Cycles. We have been established in 2000, so we're celebrating 20 years in 2020. We'd hope to have a big celebration at the General Conference, but the General Conference will be pretty much virtual this year, as well as our celebration, which we plan to make open to the public as a side event in the GC. So we're celebrating 20 years, and we have been described by our former Deputy Director General Yuri Sokolov as the agency's only integrated forward-looking activity. So we have some big shoes to fill on that, and we're always trying to be looking forward as well as being innovative. Now let's take a look at this point about innovation. Well, we're looking at innovation with respect to reactors. We're working within the House with the people in NPTDS, the Technical Development Section, and they look specifically a lot of times just at the reactor. So we're looking at not only the reactor types, but applications and also the fuel cycle part of it, the front end and the back end. As our other speakers have mentioned, there's going to be issues, especially in the back end, as Dr. Choi had talked about, and that has been some of our consultancy meetings have looked to try and get the vendors for advanced reactors to discuss, consider what type of waste forms, what type of spent fuel management they're going to use, because we believe if you're going to have sustainable development, you need to have the front end and back end thought about before you actually build a reactor. Institutional approaches, well, for example, we need to have in place regulatory agencies in the newcomer countries. They have to be able to look at issues with respect to safety, security, and safeguards, and these have to be in place. And we also look at strategic and long-term planning for a state. And what we've done is we've actually developed and provided tools and services. We have a number of tools that are allowed to do what we call nuclear energy system assessment. And the idea is that member states can take and use these tools, take a look at their own state, and do some analysis there. We've done some with respect to Belarus. Belarus has been involved with that, and right now, of course, Belarus is in the news for opening and starting up their new nuclear power plant. We've also taken a strong look at revising and updating what we call our methodology, and one of the key issues is proliferation resistance, which ties into safeguards. Our methodology and our manual there really needs to be looked at, because that is one of the goals that I have for the time I'm going to be in charge of INPRO, is to really improve not only the methodology that we have in INPRO, but the actual definition of what is proliferation resistance, because it has had such a nebulous at times and slippery definition that people describe things as proliferation resistant when they really aren't. And we want to try and be creating something that's much more quantifiable to define proliferation resistance. And as the last point, all of these issues are going to be very important for SMRs on a holistic basis. Now, as our other speakers have mentioned, there's all sorts of issues with respect to new reactors. Now, we have been involved with the Gen 4 Forum, GIF, and we've been looking and been exposed to issues with respect to new reactors and advanced reactors. And as well as my work in INPRO, but previously, the 4 years before I was in INPRO, when I was in safeguards, we were looking at some of these issues, and I was trying to at least alert people in safeguards about these issues. And I know that people such as Brent Park have been sponsoring research in these areas, because there's going to be safeguards detections challenges that tie into this issue of proliferation resistance. When we're talking about use of thorium, uranium-233 cycle, reprocessed uranium, mixed oxide fuels, transuranic fuels, and other future advances, we have to think, well, can we verify this material with the technologies that we have, and can we do an acceptable job doing that? Can we look at it in the forms that it's in? Because we get into different forms, different fuel concepts, as I note below, that if you have molten salt reactors, pebble bed reactors, and innovative coolants, this is going to affect just how you evaluate the reactor with respect to technologies for detection and also for acquisition pathways. The third point is pyroprocessing and any technology breakthroughs. There could well be some type of changes in the technologies that maybe would make reprocessing or recycling much more efficient and economic. Not right now especially, but it could happen. So we have to be able to think through what could be sustainable and acceptable with respect to technologies. And at the agency, we had been working with the Joint Fuel Cycle Study with the US and the Republic of Korea with respect to pyroprocessing. So we've been abreast of the activities there with respect to the safeguards and safeguards by design. Waste management. It was very interesting that Professor Troy brought up the issue of waste management, because there's going to be new technologies that could include the geological repository development. How does that relate to sustainability in different states? Because Dr. Troy mentioned that, of course, that bigger states, it's much more efficient to have a big repository, but for smaller states, you may have to go with a regional concept. And as was noted several times, this idea of joining up SMRs and also, let's say, some of the Gen 4 reactors with renewables. And we've been looking at the methodologies for assessing optimization of energy systems with a mix of nuclear and renewable sources. And we've gotten some inputs from our steering committee in INPRO that they have a real interest in that. And of course, that's reflected in our other panelists today, bringing that point up, that how well does nuclear stack up and SMR stack up with renewables, working with renewables, and also looking at how they stack up economically and effectively with renewables. The issues of intermittency, the issues of how they fit into the grid, and what could be, can SMRs be flexible? Can a reactor be flexible, not just base load? All those things we're trying to analyze right now. We've actually started a small project on that, working with the people in the management section, nuclear management section. Now, when we look at SMRs, we're looking at a nuclear energy system, and that includes all the components and facilities in the fuel cycle. So we're not just saying, okay, this is a reactor, and that's one of the things that differentiates us from some of the other sections and parts of the nuclear energy department, because we're looking at all the bits and pieces of the fuel cycle to make an assessment of a nuclear energy system. Now, innovative nuclear energy systems with SMRs, they're going to be needing nuclear to make major contributions to the 21st century energy supply. We feel that in the agency and in our section, we feel that this is an important concept and a needed concept. And of course, today we've also discussed this idea of different types of SMRs. We have an evolutionary design, which is basically advanced type of design, which would, where NuScale would fit into that. And also we've mentioned innovative designs, those that are using very cutting edge and new, or at least rediscovered technologies with respect to, say, molten salt reactors, some of the fast reactors, but deployment in a fashion which is different and much more innovative than we've looked at before. So we're looking at the total context of the fuel cycle: mining, milling, conversion, enrichment, fuel fabrication, the reactors, reprocessing, waste management, storage, and also transportation. We had some interesting discussions in transportation when we were looking at floating nuclear power plant. And of course, in bold there is institutions, how these things all fit together institutionally at the national, international level. The idea of sustainability is very important to INPRO. So we look at this idea of the UN concept of sustainability, and the UN global goals for sustainability. There's 17, and energy supply is number 7 there. And we've looked at it with respect to the economic dimension, environmental dimension, social dimension, institutional dimension. And we've come up with 6 key areas that we assess: the economics, the environment, waste management, safety, proliferation resistance, and infrastructure. And our objectives and our methodology in our manuals, we're looking at all these points, and we're trying to look at this in a holistic level for these innovative nuclear energy systems. We're trying to be sustainable, make a big contribution for nuclear energy, and INPRO is addressing these issues. And all of my staff working on the 4 different tasks are focused on that. And just to show you, these are the areas, again, that are in our manuals. And as you note on the star, physical protection is included. Originally, I think we had 7 areas as physical protection separate, but we folded it back into these 6. And you note that proliferation resistance is a key one in there. Infrastructure, economic, safety, environment, waste management, all the issues that everybody has been talking about and is focusing on. And I think we're quite glad to see that the NuScale, coming in as an industrial partner here, is totally attuned to all these issues. In fact, we've invited NuScale to our SMR assessment meeting that we're having in December, which looks like it's going to be pretty much a virtual meeting, but we've invited the vendors and the users to come and address all their issues to try and get the vendors to focus on some of these issues here in their design such that their ideas are much more broad and focused to these issues for the future. So I want to give you some specific examples here of where we've gone with respect to innovation in new fuels. We've done a case study for the deployment of factory-fueled SMRs. And for me, one of the interesting issues that came up was there was a discussion on spent fuel. And I know we just talked the last speaker, Dr. Choi, had mentioned issues of transport. Well, there was an issue of transport that came up. And institutionally, we had to make sure that everybody understood it and do the legal aspects cover it, because the Russians that were there were saying, well, we could have the floating nuclear power plant refuel on site. And then the people who were transportation experts said, well, we can see legally moving a reactor that's fueled back and forth from where it's constructed or serviced to the site. But refueling on site is a different issue, because you have to store the fuel on this barge. But the big issue comes in if you transport it back. You can't transport it back in the barge, because the transport contingencies are that spent fuel has to be transported in the special sea cask, and on a ship it's especially designed and meets requirements for transporting spent fuel with respect to safety, security, and safeguards, and the barge would not. So these are the kind of things that in InPro we come up and focus on the gaps and make the designers and the institutions and the states look at them ahead of time. And for this was a fascinating study, because we're talking about multi-states involved, transportation through different states. How are you going to handle all these things? We also have this WIREF, waste arising from innovative reactors and fuel cycles. So we're trying to look into these issues and focus on the gaps with the designers, just what Dr. Choi had talked about earlier. So we have that, as well as this back-end fuel cycle activities for the advanced fuels and reactors. So as you can see, InPro is looking at a lot of the things that we've just talked about today, and it's part of our mission. So in conclusion, InPro is a key forward-looking agency activity. We're trying to be integrated with the one house of the agency. We're trying to build partnerships with our member states, as well as NGOs, as well as also the vendors. And that's a very interesting concept, because as Brent Park talked about earlier, usually, say, DOE is working with other states, with the national labs, but not with vendors. We're trying to figure out and invent how we're going to do that in the IAEA, to work with people who aren't exactly national member states, but are vendors. So that's been a challenge. We're also very much cooperating on safeguards by design efforts with Safeguards Department. Also, the rest of our colleagues in nuclear energy and nuclear safety are involved with inputs in that. And that has already given this nuclear energy series on safeguards by design that Dr. Park mentioned. Our big thing that I want to lead is this InPro proliferation resistance methodology that's going to involve safeguards and issues of Gen 4 design features. We're really looking forward to that. We've focused on a lot of outreach, and we're coming up with what we call the InPro schools and an outreach to higher education. The idea is these methods of nuclear energy system assessment, we'd like to be able to introduce them and our tools to the member states and to people in universities, so that they get an understanding of it both mid-career and also at the start of their career. And the other issue and big project that we want to get involved with, which is throughout the department, it's not just our Impro section, we're working with the technical development people and the nuclear energy management people, is potential of nuclear power to address climate change, the present and future future electricity systems, and the non-electric application of nuclear energy, hybrid energy systems. We've talked about that earlier, and there are a lot of questions, a lot of doubts there, but we want to try and add something to what's being done by other people in the field and see where the gaps are and raise questions, because that's what we feel we do best in our section and in our work. So with that, that brings me to the end of my presentation, and we're celebrating our 20 years, and as you see, these are our Impro leaders and our 4 tasks: Vladimir, Husam, Andre, and Maxime, and we're very motivated to take a look at issues with respect to SMRs, and I'm very pleased that Dr. Yim has invited me here with so many colleagues who have brought to me and to the rest of us all these interesting issues and questions and ideas that will keep us busy for a long time. So, Hansung?
Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Finish with my presentation.
Yes. Appreciate the coverage of the perspectives of IAEA. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions on your talk, so we'll wait. The last speaker, another good friend of mine, comes from University of Texas, Austin. He is one of the world's leading experts in the application of nuclear science and engineering for nuclear non-proliferation, safeguards, and security. He's a founding director of Nuclear Security and Science Policy Institute at Texas A&M University. He served as associate vice president or chancellor for research at University of Nebraska. And currently he is a John MacArthur chair professor at University of Texas, Austin, in the Department of Nuclear and Radiological Engineering. Dr. Charlton has a PhD from Texas A&M Engineering, and Texas A&M University in Nuclear Engineering, and he has also collaborated with us in the past, and we served together in advisory committees for national labs and so on. It's a pleasure to invite Dr. Professor William Charlton. Is he in here yet? Not yet? Well, I think we'll have to wait until he comes online. But I'm sure we have a lot of questions from the audience as well as the panel. Perhaps first thing we can do is, I think some of the panelists may have questions for other panelists before we open it up to general questions. So any panelist wants to ask questions to other fellow panelists at this point? Or any comments based on the presentations given by the other panel members?
Perhaps I can say a couple of words, if it is okay. Yes. I especially enjoyed Brian's coverage on the Impro's accomplishments and challenges going forward. We are very much interested in enhancing what we call ProCore work. It stands for Proliferation Resistant Optimized Core. In fact, we've been working with the IAEA. The reason that I mentioned that is we've been actually, at least on the peripherals, working with the Korean government and the KRI and other research institutions to see if we can actually better introduce optimized core from the design aspect all the way to usage and the final disposition. So from the get-go, it would actually have all those safety features built in. So by the time you're done using the material, it's easier to break down, easier to separate out, and easier to dispose and put them into permanent storage and so on and so forth. And I'd like to actually ask Brian to expand a little bit more on the core concept in terms of engaging with the other countries. Right now, that's actually one of the initiatives out of my office to make sure we do as much outreach as possible. And IAEA is certainly in the middle of our plan and vision and in terms of engaging with other countries. this might be a good way for Brian to talk about IAEA's the leadership role in doing the outreach.
Well, thank you, Brent. I think you're really trying to address this idea of the proliferation resistance. We plan to have had a consultancy meeting with some of the leaders in the field on this topic already, but with all the issues with COVID-19, we've pushed it back to October, and I'm sure it'll be somewhat virtual. But the idea is we want to get people in the room discussing what proliferation resistance is and how do we analyze it. Previously, when I look at the manual, there's a lot of points there that look at expert elicitation, and that's fine, but I feel a lot of that is rather qualitative. I want to try and use material attractiveness work that I've seen done, especially through DOE, the work that Chuck Bathke did at Los Alamos. I've always found fascinating. I spent a lot of time talking with Chuck when I worked there at Los Alamos. And I want to be able to quantify something. You take a look at, okay, what kind of materials are there, what forms are in, and you can come up with some gradation on it. The Proliferation Resistance and Physical Protection Working Group used a lot of that to come up with their way of looking at proliferation resistance. And I was involved with that for on and off for a few years. And I think that these things hold great promise because, for one thing, I mentioned the fact proliferation resistance is such a slippery definition, and I read a few papers, the older papers, and they said, well, if anyone has the, well, I would have caught the call at the leadership role in it or the gravitas to look at proliferation resistance to IAEA, but the comment was, well, the agency won't want to take on a topic so controversial. I think it's one we really need to do and evaluate. Because if Brent's talking about coming up with something that's proliferation resistant, if we don't have a strong definition of it, it's going to be very difficult to design something that's proliferation resistant. So that is what I'm looking to do. I hope I've explained it as better to Brent. And I'm interested in to hear what exactly NNSA is trying to do in that area. Thank you, Brent.
If I may, say a few words. Bill Charlton, who is expected to speak, he has developed one of the proliferation resistance assessment method when he was working at Texas Austin. And I think the National Academy of Science, around 2009 or 10, they had a workshop on proliferation resistance assessment. And they sort of came up with a report evaluating various methods available out there and utility of those methodologies. So there are already several, I think, activities and methods and reviews on the availability of PR assessment methods. My research group has also developed a method based on fuzzy logic. And then we also have examined the proliferation resistance of different technologies and asset systems as well. I think Dr. BJ's talk didn't cover KAIST SMR development. We have also a SMR project called ATOM, autonomous, transportable, on-demand, and modular. We have like 100, 120 megawatt electric SMR development within KAIST under the national government support. It's a 7-year project. And that also includes examination of fuel cycle issues and proliferation resistance issues and so on. So as you just indicated, we are looking at the system design as well as cross-cutting issues like safety, security, and non-proliferation, fuel cycle from the design. So we are actually doing this experiment in developing this new SMR from the beginning with the concept of integrating safety, security, and safeguards along with economics consideration, etc. I hope Bill Charlton comes in and talks more on his work on this, but then this work was actually applied to various nuclear technologies, and at Pacific Northwest Laboratory, they applied this and then came up with a review of proliferation resistance of different fuel cycles and also the technologies. The Chuck Batsky's formula is also part of this assessment, including our research. Any comments from Mr. DeWitt from NuScale? How are you evaluating or integrating those concepts in the design and the development?
So we are definitely taking a look at how we can manage the proliferation resistance. We use fuel that's similar to the pressurized water reactors that are out there right now, a 17 by 17 array. But the fuel will be essentially half size. So that in itself makes the ability to obtain significant quantities more challenging. But we're also making sure that as we design the facility, that there really are very few ways to get in and get out. And these would obviously be monitored both for security and safeguards purposes. One of the things that they talked about in the research that we had done with Pacific Northwest National Labs is the fact that we are unique having multiple modules, and therefore continuity of knowledge is something that we need to make sure that we understand and can explain fully to the IAEA. When we refuel, we only have essentially 1/12, if you have a 12-module plant, 1/12 available for inspection plus what's in the spent fuel pool. But the other ones, based on the design of the plant itself and the fact that they're essentially submerged in water, makes the proliferation resistance of them much stronger there.
I actually want to go back to the question earlier raised by the earlier session's moderator, Dr. Na-Young Lee, Director General of KINEC. She asked this question of how to ensure nuclear security of nuclear materials when the floating reactors like KLT-40S is utilized but manufactured in Russia and then dispatched in different country and then operated in a different country's territory. And then how to ensure basically all the security issues when the material is within the property of the owner, operator, but the territory is actually in a foreign country. Dr. Lee, am I interpreting your question properly? Could somebody from the panel maybe address that question, how we should or how you are addressing that issue? Brian, maybe you have already looked at this question. Yeah.
We've been looking at it, and I haven't looked at in detail in what we've written, but this report, we've already had one report on transportable nuclear reactors. We're going to be issuing one, hopefully, soon. Well, at least a draft. And that's really a joint effort between Russia and the U.S. There's been a lot of push and pull and tugging from both sides that finally we've come up with consensus on some of these issues. And one of the things I think that she mentioned is how do you look at nuclear security? And the way it was pursued, how the Russians thought about going about it would be pretty much the build, own, operate, and almost regulate. And there was a big pushback on that from people from the agency and also from the U.S. side, because they said, well, look, this facility is going to be in another state. You can't say you don't need safeguards there and regulations and stuff, that you'll cover everything, because it will be under the jurisdiction of the other state. And what we had hoped, and we didn't get a lot of input from some of the user countries, was how do you think a user country would feel if everything was imposed on them from the supplier? That you would be saying, well, the supplier will regulate and operate everything. Everything's just there, all they have to do is plug it in. So the regulation and nuclear security is a big issue. And that's when I brought up that issue about the spent fuel, because there was a gap there and people were thinking, well, we can just store the fuel on the barge and then just ship the barge back. Because originally everybody thought we just move the barge back and forth and do everything at the service facility. So there was an issue of security right off the bat, because you're talking about a special ship and special cast, not only with respect to the safety and safeguards, but the security of the spent fuel, because if I remember, those ships do have gun emplacements and all that, like the Pacific Pintail, and they're especially designed to move these sensitive materials like the fresh MOX and also the spent fuel. So when we get into transportable nuclear reactors, could well be still some gaps institutionally and in regulations, with maritime regulations, or even for shipping it over land. How do you consider this material, and what will be the criteria for saying it's secure? But that, I think, is a very good question, and something that we're pursuing at present.
In fact, our last speaker, Professor Charlton, was going to address some of these details, international security and safeguard issues, but maybe we'll at this point open up the floor and then get some questions from the audience, both from offline fellows and online fellows, as well as any other participants. Yes, we have a question from in the audience, Wager from Malaysia, and An from Vietnam. Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. So, hi, I'm Wager from Malaysia. I'm currently studying nuclear and quantum engineering at KAIST. I'm a fourth-year undergraduate student. And my question, I have two questions. My first question is directed to Dr. Byung-Jin Lee. So I actually posted my question on YouTube, but my intern Cherin told me to address it on here myself. So my question is, like, from the presentation, from Dr. Lee's presentation, and from the keynote speech by Professor Morgan in the morning, I get the feeling that SMRs are very unlikely to become economically competitive relative to the natural gas or fossil fuel counterparts anytime soon. So there seems to be a need for states to subsidize the operation of SMRs when it becomes commercially available. So do you see any motivation or willingness for world governments or states to do so in the near future? And moving on to my second question. My second question is directed towards Professor Song-Euro Choi. And my question is, will the operation of SMRs be given the green light if the current spent nuclear fuel problem, storage problem, and disposal problem are not properly addressed? Thank you.
We'll move on to get more questions while the speakers can prepare some answers. An? And if I'm not aware of the questions from the online community, please let me know.
Yes, thank you. My name is An and I'm from Vietnam. I have three questions. So the first, I want to thank all the lecturers for your wonderful presentations. From your presentation, I can see that SMR is, though small, it is now a big thing in the nuclear field, and seems like it's small, but it's beautiful. However, the first question is related to cost efficiency and security. So, as Wager also mentions, like SMR seems theoretically fancy, but in reality it seems to be not. So, if it could not compete economically or with others like natural gas or wind or solar energy, then why is SMR? Because obviously nowadays the others like natural gas and renewable energy is becoming very much cheaper and reliable and affordable compared to, and the risk is lower compared to SMR. So the second question is that Professor Byung-Jin Lim also mentioned about niche markets. So can you explain more about what can, like, which country or what can be a niche market for SMR? Like, obviously, if like key player in the nuclear field, like big country, they already have like a large reactor field, then why do they need SMR? And for other countries, like small or medium or country, they will unlikely to be able to afford the SMR due to the cost and the safety issue. Then where is the market for the SMR to deploy the SMR? And the third question is that in case of the security, how do we recall and handle a radioactively contaminated SMR if this problem happens? Like, we don't want to have like the same event as the Beirut explosion yesterday, right? So what can we do if the SMR has problem, and like how to handle it if it's happened? Thank you.
Just for your information, Ms. An is International Relations Major studying at Seoul National University. Any other question? Back? Oh, I see many hands now. Jungwon, Cheolmin, Juno, Andy. I think we'll collect all the questions for the first round and see if we have more questions.
Hi, thanks for the lectures. And I'm Jungwon Park, graduate student at Seoul National University, studying international area studies. So I have like three questions in total, and two questions is directly to Dr. Byung-jin Lee, and I have like and one question for Professor Sang-min Shim. And first of all, questions for Dr. Byung-jin Lee. Back in your slide, I guess the title was Economics of SMRs. It says that according to UK report, economy of scale is applied to the construction of SMRs. So I was curious about an approximate amount of SMRs to give constructors or investors enough benefits from the construction. And also, I was wondering if there are some economic disadvantages of having multiple SMRs compared to alternative large plants of the same technology and equivalent total power installed. And also, the question for Professor Sang-min Shim. It seems that SMR has taken and will take a big role of an effective tool to fight against climate change. So do you think South Korean current nuclear phase-out policy would affect SMR's contribution to climate change policy in the future? And if so, what would be the alternatives for that? Like, I mean, South Korea's energy generation, which also contribute to restraining climate change. Thank you.
Cheolmin.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm the PhD candidate in KAIST NQE department. I have two questions for Dr. Boyer. And the first question is about the high SALEU in PWR SMRs. So currently I'm looking for non-proliferation aspects in KAIST developed SMRs, and we are looking for the some opportunity of developing using like 6 to 7% enriched uranium in SMRs that can make refueling period longer, but have some losses in proliferation resistance. So do we have any safeguard challenges in using high SALEU? Not 20%, but like 6 to 7%? That's the first question. And the second question is about the nuclear newcomers demand for technology development. So in SMRs, like if SMRs has like fuel cartridge and if it's delivered on its product in on way, then like in case of Korea, our technology development is on way by nationalizing any nuclear technology, and it may be the nuclear newcomers' interest. So how can SMR can fulfill the nuclear newcomers' interest if it is only turnkey or like delivered and get back? That's my second question. Thank you.
Chun-ho?
Bobo, thank you very much to all of our distinguished speakers today. I'm Chun-ho Kwon, a student studying nuclear engineering in KAIST. And my question would be directed to Professor Shim, and it is pretty similar to questions by Jung-won. So yesterday, our distinguished Professor Benjamin Valentino pointed out that the public perception is important in national nuclear-related issues. So my question is, how do you see the aspects of public acceptance on this kind of new emerging SMR technologies and its influence on its future of nuclear industry? Thank you.
Lastly, Andy.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Andy, a PhD student at KAIST. I'm currently doing work on SMR security. And my first question is it's actually related to Jung-won's question. In terms of modularity, it's directed to Dr. Brian Boyer and Mr. Kevin did. How to apply the graded approach in terms of mostly nuclear security in the challenge of modularity and scalability of the plant itself. And the second question is about the manpower. And the panels think that with the deployment of SMR, we could reduce the cost of manpower currently needed to operate the plant compared to traditional nuclear power plant. Thank you.
I think that depletes the first round of questions. So maybe we'll have answers from our panel. Maybe starting with Brian Boyer, Dr. Boyer.
Thank you, Mensung. The question about the high assay LEU, that's interesting because it's come up recently. There was some issues that we had to address with respect to, I believe, some questions that came up to the Director General. And I noted that for me, with respect to safeguards, there isn't that big an issue with, say, incrementally going from 5% to 6 to 7, because you've already basically gone from 3 to 4 to 5. The issue there, the safeguards are pretty much the same. It's not till you really get to HEU where it changes from where we are now. The change will be with the infrastructure, because the enrichment plants are built and licensed to go to 5%. And the other thing is the transport cylinders are licensed to 5%. So there's going to have to be changes in licensing and operation of the enrichment plant to go above 5%. And I know some of the people I know in the industry were looking at that at least 10 years ago, when there was a lot of interest early on about some of these newer designs going to 10%. And also with designing a new type of transportation for UF6. So those are more of the issues, and they're not really safeguards and security changes that are significant there. The material is pretty much the same. It's low enriched uranium, but there are challenges in the infrastructure and operations that I think will be the big thing. The other thing you mentioned, the modularity and nuclear security. And these are issues that have been studied, and the idea, hopefully, is that you need less people to operate and to guard the plant. But I think that has to play out when the design is finalized and the national authorities really take a look at it. I think that Kevin might do a better job of explaining that with respect to the goals of the new scale design. So thank you, Manso.
Thank you. Then maybe we'll go with Kevin next.
Okay, thank you, Andy, for those questions, and good to see you again. So to kind of speak first to the physical security modularity impact, want to make sure that I understood that, but essentially since we're doing factory fabrication of the modules themselves, and then they'll be sent essentially in 3 pieces from the factory to the site. There's no fuel involved as far as the transportation of the nuclear power modules. They're not fueled until they get on site themselves. But obviously we would be doing inspections prior to them leaving the actual factory. We'll probably be doing a number of factory acceptance testing, and there's potential that we could be doing some of the safeguards type inspections in the factory itself prior to it even coming to the site. Once it gets to the site, obviously you'll do your receipt inspection and make sure that everything looks the same as it did when it left the factory prior to going into the actual plant itself, and then start doing the site acceptance tests. As far as manpower, yes, manpower has to be reduced to make a small modular reactor economical. It's just based on the number or amount of electricity you can put out, and therefore what the company or the licensee can receive for the electricity that they make, or if it's some other diverse type of product that they have based as the output. So therefore, NuScale has looked at the staffing, and obviously we need to try to be optimized when we come up with the staffing itself. We've done several studies with the control room, because prior to this, you're in the United States at least, you're limited to the number of reactors that can be controlled from the same control room. With NuScale plant, we're looking at 12 modules in the same control room, and we had already basically had acceptance from the NRC staff that we could do that with a 6-person crew. We've done since additional studies. Now we're looking at taking it down to potentially a 3-person crew. That's been submitted to the NRC, but we obviously have to have some dialogue on that. As far as physical security, we definitely want to get the numbers down there also, and we've done a lot of work with our security by design so that we can take credit for some of the attributes that we put in there. We want to look at advanced technologies as much as possible and reduce the humans on the ground, boots on the ground as far as part of the physical security staff. And since we don't have a plant that we can go walk around and analyze, we're doing a lot of modeling and simulation right now with looking at the force-on-force type activities and what it would take for a number of people for physical security force to be effective and provide high assurance that we can protect the plant.
Thank you. Then Professor Choi.
The questions from Weija is talk about using nuclear fuel management for small modular reactors and then existing light water reactor. In my opinion, if we needed to have like a independent and new back-end solution for every and different generation of nuclear reactor, I think it's going to be a disaster to the nuclear industry. I think we needed to find a common solution for all different generations of nuclear reactors. For example, light water small modular reactor that is closely related to the existing large-scale light water reactor solution. Maybe we can find a common practice for storage, transportation, disposal. Not exactly the same, but maybe we don't want to have the independent additional disposal facility dedicated for small modular reactor using nuclear fuel. For non-light water small modular reactor, I also don't see any point to develop an independent additional solution or additional facility, because for small modular reactor, if we need to build one more disposal facility, then economically it doesn't make sense. So I think we needed to combine the existing approaches for large-scale light water reactors or large-scale heavy water reactors, and then to find a combined solution. even though we developing not non-light water small modular reactor, for example, metallic fuels, liquid molten salt fuel, or triazole fuel, still, I think we need to find the way to dispose all of these different types of using nuclear fuel into one single facility. That's going to be more economic and it makes sense. Thank you.
Professor Shim.
Thank you. Well, Jung-won asked me questions on whether the SMRs and the Korean government's nuclear phase-out policy could be reconciled. Well, first of all, let me say that I'm speaking in the capacity of a scholar, not necessarily speaking as a public employee. As long as this nuclear phase-out policy is in place, I don't think there is much potential for these SMRs to be widely promoted as a great tool to fight against climate change, because the government's position on nuclear power sector as a whole is still close to being negative, meaning that they would not be interested in building more nuclear power plants, whether they are big or small. So I think the potential for these SMRs to come to the rescue, or to fight against climate change would be small. Although I have to say that if we combine the advantages of small SMRs collectively, then we could present these SMRs as a package to deal with many other environmental and other concerns. For example, if we successfully present these SMRs as a tool to desalinate seawater to make more fresh water at an affordable price, then we can add in more benefits that the SMRs can provide to the Korean public as a whole. And of course, the medical benefits that these SMRs could provide by producing the isotope for the radiation therapy could also be presented as another advantage that these SMRs could present to the Korean public. It also relates back to the public perception issue that the Junho asked me about. So probably the presentation of SMRs as a whole package, benefiting the Korean population as a whole and the Korean society, would be a right way to approach the public perception or the social acceptance issue of these SMRs and nuclear technology. For that to happen, I think I would need to to follow the government's approach on some of the details of the nuclear phase-out policies. For example, we can employ the informed public debate methodology to inform the public about the good things and advantages that the SMRs can provide to the whole society of Korea. And we can do a kind of a survey after a few weeks education of the public to see whether the Korean public is in fact in support of the development and the deployment of SMRs in the years to come. That could open on a kind of a window of opportunity for the nuclear sector and the nuclear academics to speak up and speak more favorably about the newest nuclear technology that could bring more benefits to the Korean public. That is my own perception and my own approach to these SMRs. And I have to emphasize again that it does not necessarily reflect the official government's position. But anyway, it's great to see you again, Jung-won. She actually took my course on public international law at Seoul National University last year. And it is, again, good to see you again online. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I ask some of the remaining questions to Dr. Brent Park, I would like to actually save that for the last one. And I have three questions from the online participants. First one is from Mohammed from Jordan. He's asking on the question, asking the question of emergency planning zone issue. How do we determine the emergency planning zone for SMR? Especially he's currently working on HTR, the Chinese SMR, HTR RPM. And another related question is how does he combine the issue of nuclear emergency, preparedness, and nuclear security at the same time? So this could go to Mr. Kevin DeWitt or IAEA, Brian. Next second question from the online participants is there a possibility to start the training of scientists from potential importers, the aspiring countries? Is it possible to set up collaborative development? Perhaps question to Brian or maybe USDOE. The last question is, do you believe the SMR is a better fit for smaller developing countries compared to the big countries like USA, Russia, and so on? I think this is a more umbrella question, maybe better answered by, I think, Professor Morgan. But anyway, I think any of the participants or panel members can ask this question. And I think there were some remaining questions on cost competitiveness, economy of scale, and technology demand or interest for technology development. I think can be addressed. But then I would like to have a final opportunity, opportunity to hear from Dr. Brent Park on these issues as well. So maybe starting with Mr. Kevin DeWitt.
Okay, so the question, as I understand it, was EPZ, how is it determined? What we look at is what the credible accidents are for the design that we have. And obviously we look at the source term. There are site-specific meteorological conditions that you need to look at that are possible. But for the small modular reactor, specifically for the NuScale small modular reactor, we are looking at the potential of a site boundary emergency planning zone. And what we're saying is essentially that for any type of accident that's credible, the amount of dose that the public would receive outside of the boundary for the emergency preparedness zone, EPZ, would not exceed the government limits on dose. So that's where we're looking at the EPZ itself. There's been similar efforts within the U.S. They approved the early site planning permit for the Tennessee Valley Authority, and a lot of the work was based on a NuScale design, where they said that it's possible to have site boundary and 2-mile EPZs for plume exposure. But obviously, each plant that's proposed has to be analyzed on its own. So each time it's not something that's a blanket statement. You've got to prove that your design can meet the criteria when you go to apply for a specific site. The second question was, how is nuclear security and emergency preparedness combined? Well, in the United States, we already do that right now. We have to perform a certain number of drills to be able to show that we are proficient and have a program that's effective for protecting the health and safety of the public. And one of those that you have to go about doing is called a hostile type drill. So it combines the security type event with a emergency preparedness type event. And they do kind of go hand in hand. Obviously, the intent of a adversary is to cause radiological sabotage, and the intent of the emergency preparedness is to make sure the public is protected from dose. So in that way, they are basically compared together.
Thank you. Dr. Brian Boyer?
Yes, I think the question that was asked about the training and the outreach is one that's we're very much looking to be involved in right now. And for one thing, I mentioned these IMPRO schools, and one of the things we've done with the IMPRO schools is we're planning to have one in Thailand in November. So perhaps I could send some information, have my staff who's been heavily involved in that, Maxime, send some information to Mansong Yim to distribute. What we've had is the member states have been nominating people for that. And the Thailand school is specifically for Asian countries. So I noticed that a number of the students that are in KAIST are from some of the Asian countries, and perhaps they could be nominated for this 2-week school, especially for graduate students. It might be a good opportunity. And we've been trying to outreach to higher education, and I think KAIST could easily be someplace where we might want to try and do something with our IMPRO school and outreach to higher education. We have planned a meeting a little bit later in the year. It's going to probably be pretty much virtual now, but perhaps we can engage with KAIST, and I can talk to Maxime and ask him to contact Dr. Yim, because there certainly seems to be interest in the students that are involved today on these issues. And we would like to be able to explain exactly what we do in IMPRO and how we do nuclear energy system assessment, which is very cross-cutting, because I know there are people here that have talked about economics and they've talked about international relations and all these things, and they would probably find it an interesting study. A lot of the things we do touch on some of the things that the opening speaker talked about, and we would like to be able to communicate that with the educational people. Okay?
Okay, great. Thank you. Before we move to our final panel member, opening panel member, Dr. Shim or Dr. Choi, do you have any comments you want to add regarding some of the questions? If not, we would like to invite Dr. Brent Park, the Honorable Deputy Administrator, NNSA, to answer some of the questions that had not been answered.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. So I can imagine things, but it's actually very interesting. I especially enjoyed listening to outstanding students and their questions and the way they think about the nuclear world. And there was an actually interesting question about going to 5, 6, 7% enrichment level. And Brian answered it beautifully. There's an expression in the United States on the Western side. It goes something like, devils are in the details. And we have been looking at producing HALEU, high SALU, that's above 5%, below 19.75%. And the challenges are immediate in the form of, is there a demand? Supply and demand is always a challenge. And for the uranium producing enrichment companies, they need to see enough demand for them to invest money to tweak their operations and so on. At the same time, rules and regulations are so stringent in the United States and in many European countries as well as Korea. I am certain that the overcoming those challenges are not trivial. And Brian talked about the fact that we don't have approved containers. And for us to actually ship a large amount, you were talking metric tons or more for SMRs, we're not there yet. And in fact, there's a bit of challenge for us very smart students, much smarter than the people who are in my age bracket, for them to actually come up with the new technologies, new solutions to see if we can come up with a more effective transportation options, opportunities. And I'll give you a data point, so to calibrate everybody on this. For us to actually develop the new types of containers for transporting radioactive materials, it could take as much as 5 years to design and build and test. So this is not a trivial exercise. Just because you think wonderful thoughts, it doesn't mean it will happen overnight. There's something called reality. And there was actually interesting question about moving the SMRs through the ocean and the different ways. We've been removing materials for decades, by the way. My office has been responsible for eliminating the 40, 50,000 metric tons over the years. That's enough to make tons of nuclear weapons, and we've been doing that quietly for decades. And we found out along the way that for us to move radioactive material in, for example, European countries, we have to satisfy every country's requirements. So it's not trivial for us to even take 1 kilogram of uranium out, HEU. You got to go through so much paperwork, and lesson learned from our MNSR, Miniature Neutron Source Recovery Project, that we closely worked with IAEA and many other countries. This is barely over 1 kilogram HU, by the way. They removed from Nigeria, Ghana, and so amount of effort it took to remove that. It took literally the dozens and dozens of people, and going through different calculations about what would happen if something bad happened. There was a question about accident response and emergency response preparedness question. So I don't want to paint a negative picture in all this. The reason that I mention all these things and then talking about reality on top of these issues is we haven't really talked too much about human capital. For us to do all these things, it's not just a tool that will make happen, that will make everything better. It's the people. How do we actually qualify, train and qualify, nurture, and retain the next generation people year after year, year after year? And the people in the audience, I mean, I feel much better now. I mean, you guys are thinking very big thoughts. And somehow we need to find a way to combine these wonderful policy-focused people, the technology-focused people, and come up with what I call comprehensive solution. The human capital is such an important thing. Part of my job, by the way, is not only removing and eliminating the dangerous materials. I spend a lot of time and energy and money investing into next generation people. And at some point, I wish I could share with you a number of technical people and policy people we have educated and trained over the years. And I'm actually one of those people myself. But again, I think it's important to recognize human factor. Who does the modeling simulation that Kevin talked about? Who does assessment that Brian is in desperate need of? Again, I think the KAIST is doing a wonderful thing by actually organizing these kind of workshops. And there was a question about whether the developed countries could team up with the aspiring countries who are thinking of getting small modular reactors or microreactors. By all means, that's what IAEA is there for, and countries like the United States. We love to help out, find ways to partner upfront, even before they start thinking about getting nuclear power plants. That's where and how things need to be done from the inception stage, so that they don't find out later after they started pursuing, oh, we haven't thought about this and that. Just like the container example that I shared with you. The fact that it would take 5 years for us to design and manufacture and then test and evaluate. By the way, people don't really appreciate the testing and the evaluation of the containers, but you drop it from really high altitude, you submerge it in water, you burn it, you go through many difficult and different testing process and procedures to qualify. And so once you realize why it takes years to qualify and certify things, you quickly find out we need more people. And again, I could go on and on about why it's important to focus on the people. People first. People always have as I get a little bit more mature in my years, having done this kind of work, I actually look at people and then look at technology solutions that they could develop, not the other way around. I don't look at the technology solutions that I need and then find people. I don't do it that way anymore. That's what I used to do in the early days when I used to develop technologies, sensors, and detectors myself many years ago. But again, we need creative people who will think out of the box. And I have a different expression for that. And I'll conclude with this example. We need people who think outside of moving boxes, right? Because the world is changing constantly. So we need all these people in the audience to think of creative thoughts. Just because we say no, people like me, that it's going to be difficult. But don't take that as the discouragement of any sort. Think different thoughts, right? If we say it's going to take 5 years, you need to propose to us, ways that could actually trim down the period, or think of different ways to develop the containers rather than, oh, this is how we have been doing for the last 50 years, and therefore you should not accept that as a de facto answer for the next 50 years. Just because we did it that way for the last 6 decades, that does not mean you have to do the same thing. And that's what we're looking for in the new leadership, next generation people. Again, you got me going with this. I'm going to stop right now. Otherwise, we'll go beyond midnight. It's about midnight here.
Well, Dr. Park, truly appreciate your comment. I think that's an inspiration for young generation. Some question about economy or cost effectiveness. I think we remember what happened in the beginning of the nuclear power industry. At the beginning, there was no market, there was no cost effectiveness. But government saw it for strategic reasons and number of reasons, and they pushed it for it, eventually created a market, eventually technology becoming cost effective. So I think this is probably the same case for SMRs. So I think with that, by the way, the students who are participating in this conference are a mixture of social scientists, international relations, and also nuclear engineering or technical disciplines. So we're trying to intentionally mix them and then give them an opportunity to work with each other and learn from the other side. So hopefully someday these people can contribute to some of the problems that we discussed at the session. Thank you. And if some of you can remain, that'll be wonderful. I know it's already midnight, or for Brian, it's now in the morning. You did an all-nighter for the session. But truly appreciate Mr. Dewitt staying around with us for the, I think, late part of the night. But then at this point, feel free to join us for the final session given by Director General Park Gil. He is the Director General of Nuclear Matters, Nuclear Nonproliferation and Energy Development in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of South Korean government. He is also one of the staunch allies and supporter of our program. Mr. Park, he is also an avid soccer player, is a very enthusiastic, active person, and currently leading the efforts of nuclear non-proliferation in South Korea. Director General Park Gil.
Distinguished participants, in the midst of ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, I am truly gratified to attend the 2020 online international conference on nuclear non-proliferation. I would like to thank NEREC Nuclear Non-Proliferation Education and Research Center of KAIST and the KNDA, Korea Institute of National Diplomatic Academy, for making this virtual conference possible. My appreciation also goes to the participants from all over the world for their valuable input to this conference. The year 2020 was anticipated to be an important year for the non-proliferation community, marking the 50th anniversary of the entry into force of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. The review conference scheduled this year would have provided a valuable opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment toward the treaty, but unfortunately, the review conference has been postponed, and in the meantime, we have witnessed the various challenges the current non-proliferation regime faces these days. I believe that this conference has already discussed in depth such challenges. The reorientation of the current arms control architecture, alarming physical clashes between the nuclear-armed neighbors, continued regional proliferation challenges, including that coming from DPRK, emergence of new technologies and weapon system and their implication as regards global strategic security environment, all combined together require us to approach those challenges with a perspective and a renewed commitment. So yes, it is undeniable that we are still far away from achieving the goal of a world free from nuclear weapons, but we also see some positive momentum building up. In the field of nuclear disarmament, new initiatives such as the Stockholm Initiative or Stepping Stone Initiative, so to speak, have been forged to identify areas of convergence on this controversial issue. 40 ministers of 16 non-nuclear weapon states, including the Republic of Korea, met in Berlin this February and produced a stepping stone document which provide a non-exhaustive list of short-term, achievable, and meaningful actions to advance nuclear disarmament. Creating Environment for Nuclear Disarmament, or SEND, initiated by the US government, is another example of countries working together for the progress in disarmament by building trust and confidence through in-depth interactive discussion among participants. SEND is unique in a way that it brings together both nuclear weapon state and non-nuclear weapon state, as well as the de facto nuclear possessor state, which has been outside the NPT regime. The Korean government is pleased to chair one of the subgroup on strengthening existing mechanism and institution. Korea is also part of International Partnership for Nuclear Disarmament Verification, or IPNDV, which aims to better prepare the world for the challenges associated with the verifying nuclear disarmament process in a very practical manner. In the field of nuclear nonproliferation, while no significant progress has been made yet, the international community is working together to address the specific issues of non-compliance. On the DPRK, our firm position on pursuing complete denuclearization and the establishment of the lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula has not changed, albeit the challenging situation in the peninsula. On Iran, we hope for a peaceful resolution of all matters related to the Iranian nuclear issue and welcome the constructive engagement and enduring efforts by relevant parties to that regard. The peaceful uses of nuclear energy, the third pillar of the NPT, it is the area where we have made the most distinctive and substantial progress. Korea indisputably has been exemplary in this domain. Our discussion in session 3 also show how nuclear technology can be an enabler of nuclear nonproliferation and vice versa, another reason to promote peaceful uses of nuclear energy. Against this backdrop, the Korean government has been one of the strongest supporters of the IAEA's technical cooperation program. In addition to sharing our experience and capabilities through the IAEA technical cooperation program, my government is also participating in the Peaceful Uses Initiative, PUI, which has supported more than 200 projects in over 150 countries since its inception in 2020. Moreover, Korea is actively playing its part in strengthening global nuclear security governance in close cooperation with the IAEA and the United States and many other countries by conducting various projects, including the minimization of the highly enriched uranium use in research reactor. Before I conclude, let me add one important aspect which has not been explicitly mentioned in this conference, and that is listening to and working with young experts around the globe. Young people have a tremendous potential to bring about the change in the world. They can stimulate stagnated discussion in the field of disarmament and nonproliferation by providing creative views, insights, and ideas. In addition, the ongoing efforts on disarmament and nonproliferation have a direct impact on the young generation of today and tomorrow. Therefore, it is essential to provide opportunity to the youth so that they can take part in disarmament discussion, not as a beneficiary, but as an important stakeholder. Engagement and empowerment of the youth in nonproliferation discussion will surely help foster diversity and ensure the sustainability of the discourse. This is the very reason the Korean government tabled the resolution on youth, disarmament, and nonproliferation in the 74th session of the UN General Assembly last year. And we are committed to working with the international community to promote the meaningful and inclusive participation of young people in discussion in the field of disarmament and nonproliferation. Our efforts include activities such as organizing the 2020 Youth NPT Conference last July in Seoul, Korea, and sponsoring international conferences like this to provide more opportunity and interaction between young experts. Indeed, to invest in young generation is to invest in our future for the safer world. To conclude, we are living in a more complex world than ever, and we are faced with dire challenges that must be dealt with. However, I believe that a world free from nuclear weapons is a goal in reach if we continue to work together with good faith, just as we did over the past 3 days. I thank you, the speaker, panelists, moderator, and chairs of each session for sharing their insightful analysis and views, and I look forward to continued cooperation in the future. Thank you, and stay safe and stay strong.
Thank you, Director General. Thank you so much. Without MOFA's support, we don't exist. So it's been especially leadership of Dr. Bagil and his support has been instrumental to continue our efforts of NEREC. So we very much appreciate your continued support. So this is a final session, and I'd like to conclude with few words. But before I do that, I need to recognize some people who made this event possible, people who worked behind the scenes. So I'd like to recognize first our NEREC staff, Ms. Choi Ji-eun and Ms. Sun-young Min. Many of you know already, but they have been working behind the scenes, working with our speakers and participants and dealing with the in and out detailed issues, sometimes running around to troubleshoot last minute issues. So let's thank Ms. Choi Ji-eun and then Min Sun-young for their efforts. And this year we had two capable interns supporting the whole activity, including this conference as well as our NEREC Summer Fellows Program. Seo-young Cho, currently a student at University College London, and then Cherin Kim, currently a student in nuclear engineering at KAIST. Your support has been truly excellent and appreciated. And for the last 3 days event were possible due to the excellent service and technology and capabilities provided by Streaming Korea. I think the Streaming Korea company made this event possible, and I think we enjoyed their service and capability throughout the globe. So let's thank all the staff members, including the Director Park Jong-il. Okay. And before we conclude, there are a number of students actually working behind the scenes also very seriously during the last 3 days. These are the people who are working as rapporteur basically summarizing the talks given by our keynote speakers and panelists and etc. So I would like to recognize them. For the first day, Stacy Achoki from Kenya, from Hamdi Abdelsalam Al-Akub from Egypt, and Mervin Chung from South Korea. Second day, Janice Park from USA, Yuna Choi from South Korea, and Leo Tunkel from University of Michigan, USA. And third day, Ishan Agawal from University of Georgia in United States, Mohammed Abdullah from Jordan, currently a graduate student at Tsinghua University, and Son Ng Nguyen from Vietnam Diplomatic Academy. We really appreciate your effort. It will become the product of our, your work will become the product of our conference summary report as well as 2020 NERC annual report. Now we are finishing up our 3-day journey on nuclear non-proliferation and a review of the status and then plan for the future. We saw some possibilities. We realized many challenges, especially on the first day. We saw there are actually deepening challenges due to the rise of national interest as well as deepening mistrust or miscommunication, especially among the hegemons. And at the same time, we saw possibilities that the global cooperation is really mandatory and necessary in this current environment, COVID-19 situation, as well as global climate change. So we do realize that this kind of dialogue and collaboration is essential to make any differences in the future. The future is not given, but it is something we have to create. Second day, I think we talked about DPRK challenge. We know what happened in the past, and we still have a lot of work to do. It seems to me DPRK challenge is maybe almost an issue of impossibility. But at the same time, as discussed yesterday, if there is a will, there is a way. As far as I personally understand, Chairman Kim Jong-un, he has a will to open up, to change the country. He is a father of young kids, husband of a young wife, and he wants to have a future for his younger generation. So, and perhaps he may want to become a hero for the makeover of Korean Peninsula, as well as a global hero for the nuclear non-proliferation. So I hope that there is a will to change, and I think we should be ready for the opportunity when it arises. We heard that opportunity was missed, but I'm sure there will be another opportunity. Although it will be a difficult challenge, but it will be an opportunity, so we should all get ready, especially the young people who've been trained for the last several weeks. Be ready and continue to do your work so that the time comes, you may make your own contributions. I think on the third day today, we talked about SMR as an example of emerging technology and potential implications in terms of proliferation or economics or energy development, global climate change. I think there are many issues that we didn't answer. In fact, we had one critical talk missing. Perhaps I think Dr. Charlton was missing the time zone difference. But the fact that there are many challenging issues unanswered means it's something for you to work on. So instead of the current generation working or dominating the issues, now it is up to you, second generation, take over and then lead. And someday, this new technology may become truly a tool for peaceful and responsible development or sustainable development of the globe to serve the poverty-driven, energy-starved community of our global, I think, neighbors. So let's continue our work, and someday you will have your own day to make your own real contribution. I truly appreciate all of your contribution and support, and hopefully I'll see you again next year in the same format. Thank you.